Good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the full council. I'd like to welcome Councillor Rainsford. Good afternoon. And Councillor Stefan. I gather that's the way you... Okay. Ideal. Right, during the meeting today, I will be making rulings on process and conduct. And I would ask that the council to abide by standing orders and the rules of debate. We all enjoy robust, respectful debate, and today will be no different. I expect the highest standards of behaviour and will not hesitate to intervene immediately. I will, however, warn members should I feel that their behaviour is inappropriate and that if successive warnings are required, I will ask you to leave the chamber. If member speeches overrun the allocated time, I will allow you to finish your sentence, but ask you to finish as quickly as possible. At certain times, I may seek the guidance of my advisors. Should we need to adjourn, I will inform council of what is happening and give us time to reconvene. We will take a break later this afternoon until tea will be available in the reception room. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind members that there is no local government equivalent of parliamentary privilege. Members will therefore be liable for any defamatory statements they make. If you wish to speak during the meeting, I would ask that you raise your hand and wait for me to invite you to speak. Please raise any points of order immediately verbally, and I will then pause the meeting to deal with that point of order. When raising a point of order, please state which procedure, rule, or law which you believe has been breached. All votes will be conducted via electronic voting system today. The available time to cast your vote is 20 seconds. Thank you. I move to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have apologies from Councillor Loveridge, Councillor Toffen and Councillor Bingley. I was informed that Councillor Finn was going to leave late, but can I assume that's now an apology? Thank you. So that's Councillor Loveridge, Toffen, Bingley and Finn, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Are there any further apologies?
Lord Mayor, Councillor Gosling will be late, but will be turning up.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 2 on the agenda, the minutes of the previous meetings in June. I move then that the minutes of the meeting held in June are signed as a correct record. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal?
Yes, I second your proposal, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please use the voting buttons on your unit. Green is for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Okay, that's unanimous. That's 4. Thank you. Right. I move on to item number 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Councillor Holloway.
I'd like to declare a personal interest in item 13D, where my employer is likely to be mentioned as a software provider of online meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I would like to confirm that a dispensation has been granted for all members in relation to 12, the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. You are not required to declare an interest for this item. And can members make known by raising their hands if they have any further private or disclosable pecuniary interests in any of the matters on today's agenda? Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I declare a pecuniary interest in item 11, so I will not be participating or voting in the debate.
Can we have a reason for that one, please?
Family employed by the local authority.
Councillor Riley.
Item 11, I have a partner who works for the local authority.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll note that as a pecuniary interest. Right, everybody else. Right. Thank you, members. Right, we'll move on now to item number 4, appointments to committees, outside bodies and council proportionality. Please could I ask council to note the changes to the proportionality as detailed in the agenda pack and changes to the committee membership in line with the allocations set out in the order of the papers, please. Deputy Lord Mayor, can I ask you to second the motion?
Seconded.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? No. Okay, right, thank you. The report is noted. Right, I move on to item number 5, questions from the members of the public. There are 5 questions from members of the public today, and 3 have been able to join us. Mr. Kerno has a question concerning advice received from other local authorities regarding Armada Way. Mr. Kerno, would you like to ask your question? No show?
Mr. Cannon isn't here, so we need to go to Ms. Farrow-Jones as the only person that's arrived.
Okay, so, right, it appears the only show that we have today is Miss Farrow-Jones. Would you like to ask your question? Thank you.
By vote abstaining on the meaningful community engagement, Labour effectively approved of the decision for it to be the response to the petition on the trees. Are you satisfied with how the overwhelming opposition to the Armada Way scheme was dealt with in the document?
Councillor Evans, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you for your question. Plymouth Labour proposed and passed an amendment during that City Council meeting held on the 30th of January 2023 to reflect our concerns about the Armada Way scheme. We called for a meaningful community engagement process to take place quickly in February 2023, which prioritised the natural environment and climate resilience. The amendment also called for tree felling to be suspended. Plymouth Labour and Green councillors were dismayed at the summing up by Councillor Jonathan Dreen on the substantive motion in response to the petition, and despite the nature of the debate itself, how he categorised the planned public engagement process. Labour councillors therefore showed our frustration by supporting the Labour amendment but not voting in favour of the substantive motion, which was going to pass anyway because of the arithmetic of the City Council at that time. The way in which the consultation responses were reported on the previous Richard Bingley Armada Way scheme is the subject of ongoing legal proceedings. Therefore, it would not be appropriate for me to comment any further on these matters at this time. But what the City Council does know is that I have committed to undertake an independent review on various aspects of the Armada Way scheme in due course.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I ask, is there a Miss Sears here? No. Thank you. All right. Alderman Wheeler has asked a question concerning the Sambudo toilets. Mr. Ramage has asked a question concerning the council's use of Barclays Bank. And Miss Sears has asked a question on the publications of public questions. None of them are available to join us today, and as such, the answers will be sent to them by post, and the question will be published on the website tomorrow and included in the minutes. This concludes questions from members of the public. Thank you. I move on to item number 6, announcements. It is with sadness that I advise the Council of the death of the former Plymouth City Councillor Alderman Bob Bishop, MBE, who passed away on the 2nd of July 2023. He was elected as the member for the City Council in 1972 for the St Budo ward, where he served continuously until his retirement in 1987, a total of 15 years. He served on many of the Council's committees, but has a particular interest in leisure and finance, where he served as shadow chairman for 10 years and 11 years respectively. He was also shadow chairman for the performance subcommittee. He was deputy Lord Mayor in 1982-83 and was conferred to alderman on the 11th of September 2000. Please join me in a moment of reflection. I now move on to celebrate some success. Emily Dupont, a paralegal apprentice in the children's team in legal services, has this week won the Best National Paralegal Apprentice of the Year award at the National Paralegal Awards 2023. Emily was up against a shortlist of 6 nominees from the national solicitors firms, and she was the only nominee across all 13 categories to come from a local authority. In the presentation speech, the compere said that Emily had won due to her exceptional commitment to work with clients and the profession, and she was an asset to Plymouth City Council. Can we say, Emily, congratulations. Will you come down and join me in the well for a photograph, please? Right, we move on now to Leader and Cabinet announcements. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think on this day we need to reflect on the fact that it's a year today since Prime Minister Liz Truss, along with her trustee Chancellor of the Exchequer, made several announcements, which are repercussions of which are still affecting us today. Lowest government bond yields for decades, loads of people paying rent, seeing their rent steeple, loads of people trying to struggle with mortgages, seeing their mortgages go sky high. Plymouth people were not immune to that. We're still waiting for an apology from Liz Truss for the actions that day. And so today, the Labour Party nationally are calling for her so-called resignation honours list to be not proceeded with, and we hope that the Prime Minister will reflect on that. It is in his gift to stop it. We don't think that she should be rewarded for what she did to this country and to people in this city. Lord Mayor, on Friday, Andy Lugger and I submitted our round 2 submission to the National Lottery Heritage Fund for the National Marine Park. I'm going in a minute to show a video. Apologies for my appearance in it. That has accompanied our submission. I just wanted to say a few things about what a deal this is. It's a big deal because it's an exciting project. Of course it is, and I'll say a couple of things about that in a minute, but what really makes it important is that through this funding we are creating the UK's 16th national park. Yes, the first national marine park anywhere in the UK. Now, if you just think about that for a second, it's possibly as significant a moment for a maritime nation as the creation of the first national park was in the Peak District in 1952. We think it's that significant. So what about this project? It's a £22 million project. We're asking the lottery for £11.6 million. We've listened to 10,000 people to develop the project and have a really amazing partnership. We're going to take care of our heritage. We're going to be bringing loads of neglected buildings back into use across the foreshore at Mountbatten, at Tyneside, and at Mount Edgecombe with proper interpretation. We're going to be opening 2 Napoleonic forts on a daily basis for the first time ever. We will be intensively working with 30 schools and embedding a National Marine Park champion in every school in the city. We have an amazing nature boost programme, restoring mudflats, seagrass and estuaries to bring back all sorts of rare creatures. We will have our biggest ever engagement programme ever, reaching the northern estates of this city. So if you want to get in, on or under the water, you can. We're even going to create a digital park. So if getting wet isn't your thing, we can still let you see what's under the ocean. We'll be encouraging people to consider jobs in the new blue-green economy. We'll be working with our ports to become net zero, such as the recent announcement we made about Mill Bay. And we have a 10-year funded plan to make sure our park is sustainable with proper governance. The money has already been ring-fenced, and at this stage, it's about our detailed plans. We've got all the necessary permissions, and we have our match funding ready, so if the lottery like our plan, we think they will. But we hope to get cracking in January and put Plymouth back on the maritime map. I need to thank many members of our staff who have been working tirelessly, and our partners too. But I really need to thank David Draffen for his astonishing leadership over the last few months in getting this back on track. I need to thank Elaine Hayes, CEO of the National Marine Park, for her incredible efforts. Sharon Mercer, who's left her day job to work principally on this. And of course, Kat Deeney, our Head of Environmental Planning, whose energy and enthusiasm has helped to bring this home. I'm sure all of us would want to thank them. Anyway, enough from me. Shall we watch the video?
Through the Horizon funding, we aim to support everyone who lives, works and visits Plymouth into becoming a marine citizen, inspiring them to experience, connect and act.
What it's really about is respect and love for this water out here, where so much happens on a daily basis.
We've spoken to more than 10,000 people, engaged with 155 community groups, visited 46 primary schools, inspiring over 7,000 children. 200 volunteers have contributed more than 1,500 hours of their time. We've gained a greater awareness of the challenges facing many of our communities. Barriers include cost, accessibility, confidence, and a sense of not being welcome. All fundamental issues requiring a transformational approach to overcome them. We've learned that low levels of water confidence and a lack of ocean knowledge prevents people from accessing the heritage of the park. The learning phase of the project has proved essential and has played an integral role in shaping our delivery model.
We're really excited about the next 5 years. We've already learnt so much about how we can engage people. So we're going to use that learning to help to connect people with the water. And then through that connection, we'll build understanding of what the ocean does for us and how we impact it.
Ultimately, we're trying to invoke behaviour change, inspiring a positive response to the climate emergency and a new sustainable relationship with the sea.
The entire city is supportive of our plans to deliver the vision for the park, through an integrated programme that includes a pioneering accessible digital marine park, transformation of our waterfront heritage and an inclusive activity plan.
Our activity plan aims to reconnect people to the sea through experience and engagement with activities and events, including a 5-year schools programme, Teach the Teacher programme and a digital curriculum platform, as well as enabling people to connect and act by furthering work at Ernest Ethel and Firestone Bay, as well as 3 new communities within Plymouth Sound National Marine Park, and through a significant volunteer programme with pathways for progression, skills, development and work experience.
Changing developments at Mountbatten have been designed to transform the peninsula, growing the reach and increasing inclusive access, changing perception, understanding and engagement with the water, nature and the surrounding heritage with which it interacts.
One thing I've really learned over this period of consultation is how proud and passionate people are of this venue. Tinside Lido is an unbelievable place and it's so important we get more people involved in this.
We're going to create a place that people can visit. It's beautiful patina. We'll have access to the building. People can see what we're seeing now.
We have developed nature boost projects aimed at helping to enhance Plymouth Sound, supporting a healthy and wildlife-rich environment. We will work with iconic fish species such as seahorses and shad, with birds including avocets and egrets, as well as the continued restoration of seagrass.
We've already seen lots of people wanting to get out with 360 cameras, engaging with what the ocean is all about, but using the excitement of new technology.
Our digital project will enable inclusion, opening up a world beneath the surface to a wide, diverse audience.
All elements of this project are integrated to enable us to deliver an accessible national marine park for everyone.
We're incredibly excited for the delivery phase of the project, helping to turn our city back to the sea, investing in people and nature for the future of our planet.
Thanks to you.
And of course, it's important to thank Pat Patel for his input and Tom Rosedale and Sudan for theirs, as this journey has been has been developing.
Thank you very much, Leader. Can we now move on to Councillor Allen, please?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I have one announcement today to update the Council on the electoral cycle review and consultation. Colleagues will recall that Council delegated to the Audit and Governance Committee the oversight and approval of the design and implementation of the consultation, in particular who will be consulted and engaged with and how. Before finalising the approach, and taking into account the advice of officers at the July meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee, I proposed that the consultation was brought back to the committee following discussions with Southampton City Council, who had recently undertaken both an electoral review and Local Government Boundary Commission for England and a review of their electoral cycle. This was approved by unanimous vote by the committee, and further proposals regarding the consultation will be brought forward to a future meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee, at which time I will make a further report to the Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move on to Councillor Dan, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Mine's just an update, really. I just wanted, because I've not actually brought this to full council before. So in August the 23rd, we launched our cost of living plan. It's something we pledged to do within 100 days of the Labour Party taking administration of the council. And the reason I'm bringing it here today is that I'm really going to request that all councillors share this across the spheres of their community groups that they visit all the time. The plan has been put together. It's a citywide plan. We had a workshop which had 70 different organisations come to it. And it's amazing how the city has pulled together to be able to offer support to people who may enter crisis, whether it's food, electricity, housing, mental health, any support they need. We need to make sure that we put it out and we share the information. And just to give you an example of how important it is, just in August alone, over 2,000 people accessed the cost of living hub. And over the summer, we've had over 200,000 engagements. 7,000 of those have actually liked or shared. And I think that shows just how important this is to the people of Plymouth. So that's what it is. It's on our website. It's right at the very front. You can't miss it. And if you look out in the council, there are some small A5 leaflets that you can take to your community groups. The other thing I want to quickly update on is just about what's been happening at the Brickfields. This has been an ongoing project and there's been a lot of work going on over the last few months. At the beginning of September, we managed to sign off the agreement for the council to commit 2.75 million, £11 million coming from Plymouth Argyle Football Club and £7.25 million from Plymouth Argyle Community Trust. And we've also managed to put in a community use agreement for the site. The reason that this is so exciting is that it is actually going to transform that site right in the middle of one of the most deprived wards of the city. But also it's going to raise the profile for sport across the city in terms of better provision for hockey, football, rugby, petanque, improves access and a health and wellbeing hub. There is an open day on the 26th of September next week, and I'd really like it, if any of you can, to go down and just have a look at what the plans are for the hub. Because for a sports asset for the city, so many people have got a vested interest, and it's going to have a real impact on citizens right across Plymouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dan. We move on now to Councillor Bryce-Delve.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by addressing everyone's favourite topic, grass cutting. Alongside long-standing funding pressures, grass cutting has faced some additional challenges this year. Extreme weather conditions, exacerbated by the realities of climate change, were perfect for high growth. We've been tackling the risk of staff working by highways for additional hazards training and rethinking the approach to certain high-risk areas, such as central reservations, to ensure appropriate and safer traffic management. Additional bank holidays have also impacted frontline activity, and that's just to name a few. Despite those challenges, we've been working hard to improve the system inherited from the previous administration. This has included additional opportunities for staff to do catch-up days when necessary, a dedicated cemeteries team to improve standards. We've trialled much more regular cuts in play parks following feedback from residents, and we've invested in specialised equipment that is much more efficient for tackling longer grass. Further improvements are being explored for next year's grass cutting season. And we want councillors across parties and across wards to be at the heart of those improvements. I've asked officers to bring forward an end-of-season councillor consultation on grass cutting. In order to retain the ambitious 60-40 principle about biodiversity, I'll be setting you a bit of a challenge. If you would like a particular area of your ward to be added to our regular grass cutting schedule, please could you also think hard about a comparable area in your ward that you think would perhaps be better suited as a wildflower meadow, such as inaccessible verges. An email will be sent out this week outlining that process, and I hope lots of you take on that opportunity to get involved. We'll also be organising an in-person presentation and feedback session specifically around grass cutting. On the positive side, I do want to recognise that despite the challenges faced by all local authorities on this topic, Plymouth has been receiving national recognition on our 60-40 approach. Last week, Plymouth City Council was a finalist for 3 environmental awards at the APSI National Conference, and we actually won the award for the Best Parks and Ground Maintenance Service. I'd like to pay tribute to the grounds team for their work on this topic, but also to my predecessor, Sue Dan, for the political courage that she had around that particular area. Furthermore, Plymouth has just been featured in the UK 100's Power in Place Nature Report for its innovative concept around financing biodiversity improvements through a habitat banking vehicle, but also through the passing of the Motion for the Ocean around marine recovery and citizenship. Isn't it nice for this council to be getting positive national coverage once again? I also wanted to give an example of just one of the many projects that we've been progressing around renewable energy. Before the election, Plymouth Labour pledged to introduce rooftop solar panels in the city centre. I'm delighted to announce that the previously unused top deck of the Theatre Royal car park is now home to a solar array, which I visited earlier this month. The electricity generated by the solar panels is already powering the car park itself and supporting the decarbonisation of that site. Finally, as our successful Green Minds Partnership project comes to a close, we are already seeing some of the legacies emerging. One of those is the establishment of green community hubs with Plymouth City Council and National Trust employing rangers and natural infrastructure officers to work closely on both green spaces and alongside community partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move on to Councillor Cresswell, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention again the attendance campaign that we started at the school attendance at the end of August when we launched our school attendance campaign. This has been very much a partnership of working with our own schools with MATS to help them to support their own parents and carers. We know that schools do their best to encourage good attendance, and we know it isn't always easy for parents and carers either, which is why some of the materials offer advice and support to parents as well. It's a top priority for all schools and MATS. Our Plymouth City Council attendance teams work with schools around children with the more complex issues, that's serious absence, less than 50%, while schools will be focusing on children whose attendance is less than 90%. We were pleased that West Country Television was very keen to take up the issue and ran an excellent in-depth item on Friday the 8th of September on the issue of attendance. It was filmed at Plymstock College, at Plymstock School, with contributions from the head teacher, Alan Yendall, and 2 8-year pupils, and it went out on both the early and late evening news, so many thanks to the pupils and staff involved at Plymstock. There'll be a second phase to this campaign later on, with the focus of the messages coming from young people. I'd ask everyone to share any content and social media pushing this message out of good school attendance in a positive and supportive manner. And can I say thank you so much to everyone who's been doing just that so far. Secondly, if I could just update you on the issue of RAC. We have been very proactive in communicating with our school leaders on this matter, as we knew, and rightly so, that parents and carers would have been very concerned about the news reports around the use of reinforced autoclave aerated concrete, RAC, in school buildings. Since 2018, we've carried out surveys on the 14 of our local authority maintained schools, and none have been found to contain RAC. Academies and multi-academy trusts are responsible for their own school buildings, and school leaders would have been contacted by the Department for Education on this issue earlier in the year. Neither we nor any MATs have been notified of any schools in Plymouth that are affected by the issue, but our education team still contacted chief executives of academies and head teachers to confirm that relevant checks have taken place and offer support as needed. MATs have welcomed this communication with the local authority. To date, the public statement remains accurate that RAC has not been identified in any local schools. 4 schools are still having more in-depth checks, but there's no concerns at present or any indication that RAC might be found. If I could just add a little aside to this. Going back to 2010, the coalition government cut the Building Schools for the Future. This was done by the then Education Secretary, Michael Gove, who has since then admitted that this was a mistake. Plymouth had that time been promised 70 million under this plan. The money, of course, never came. The political decision that was made was to cut Building Schools for the Future and have the free school programme instead, and sites were sought. An example being the Royal Mail sorting office used for Northampton International Academy. The refurbishment of that cost £40 million. That was actually one of the schools that was named of the 147 containing RAC. Just a thought. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I move on to Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Last week I updated the Growth and Infrastructure Scrutiny Committee on the impact of culture in the city over the past 12 months. The reaction from the committee was so positive, I really wanted to share a few highlights here. As elected members, we've proactively, all of us, made the space for culture and cultural investment when many councils have cut this area. In Plymouth, however, we've always seen this as an investment in our city and its people, and it's important to closely monitor the impact and, where appropriate, to celebrate our success. So I'll start with the box. We have now welcomed over 600,000 visitors. In 2022-23, we've had 246,000 visitors, and that is some achievement when you consider the old museum had 80,000. This school summer holidays, we welcomed 52,000 visitors and had our second busiest day ever. This year, we've had over 10,000 people involved in our family programme, with 6,500 formal learning participants. And this is exactly why we built a large classroom in the box. Since we've opened, we've hosted 22,000 school visits. We've raised 2.25 million across earned income and fundraising. The box has generated £5 million advertising value on press coverage over the past 12 months. As autumn approaches, we can look forward to more amazing shows, including works by Sir John Acumpfra, Kadisha Coakley, along with the Dutch flowers from the National Gallery. Touching on the wider cultural sector, we had a combined cultural audience across all venues, projects and events of 850,000. We had activity across 132 cultural venues, 50% of those events being free. We now have 365 cultural enterprises in the city. And we saw cultural economic output in 22-23 rise to 150 million from 98 million in 2020. The cultural sector directly employs 3,350 jobs and created 2,000 new opportunities last year. We secured over £12 million of NPO funding for our largest organisations from the Arts Council, and we secured up £1.5 million grant project funding from 28 different sources. I hope you will agree, Lord Mayor, this is an astonishing return on our investment, and I hope you will also want to join me in thanking all those people who've worked so hard to make this happen. I also want to briefly talk about Bonfire Night. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to share we will be bringing back Bonfire Night on the Hoe for 2023. We all know one of the first things that families have to give up in a financial squeeze is those little extras that make life worth living. And we also know that it's an event that really engages with our local communities. So I'm really delighted to say this has been made possible by the sponsorship of PWP and the success of our brilliant events team in exceeding their income targets. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now move on to Councillor Pemberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to update members on some housing issues. I'm really pleased that 2 of our Plan for Homes stalled sites are back on track. The mixture of Brexit, COVID and last year's economic chaos has meant it was really difficult for the builders to bring those forward, and they have been troubled sites. I'd really like to thank our partners in Westwood Housing and their work with Classic Builders. That means that in Moses Close, where I was present at the demolition of the previous buildings, we're now bringing forward a mix of 1-bedroom flats, family homes and a bungalow, all of which will be available at social rent. And at St Peter's Close, Plympton, 5 bungalow developments, 2 of them for shared ownership, 2 of them at social rent, and 1 at social rent fully accessible. It's really good news meeting the housing needs of people on our waiting list, and I'm really proud that the administration's been able to bring this forward so quickly. We'll be working on other housing sites, and I look forward to bringing those to your attention in due course. The other site I'd like to brief you on is in Plymstock, and I'm really sorry that the late Alderman Vivian Pengelly isn't here today, because this is a site that she and I worked on, even dreaming up what would happen on it and everything else. I'm really pleased that at Broadland Gardens, Lang Town and Country have been appointed as our agents, and on the first weekend of October, you can't actually go and look around the houses, they're still in final construction. I was putting roof tiles on one just over a week ago, so they're getting there. These are the 10 eco-friendly homes that we are building, the first direct delivery for over 40 years in the council, that are for public sale, with the profits being used to support further affordable housing, but proving to the commercial sector that it is perfectly viable to build high quality homes for life that are low carbon. And I think it's really important, because we keep on hearing that it's not viable and people can't deliver on our ambitions. So as an administration, I'm really pleased about that. I'm really sorry that Vivian wasn't able to join me when I visited a week ago. I know had she still been with us, she would have been there on the first weekend of October, when sadly I can't be there to welcome people. And we look forward to bringing forward in future positive news about the completion and occupation of that site. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And finally, we move on to Councillor Riley. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As violence against women and girls champion for our city, And in light of news relating to Russell Brand over the weekend and the concerns that have been shared with me by residents, I would like to take this opportunity to say Plymouth City Council have made huge efforts to make our city a beacon for tackling violence against women and girls, with the Purple Flag accreditation extension, working towards a VORG charter, the strategic lead for VORG, who is working tirelessly to tackle violence against women and girls, and for Man Culture, who are having groundbreaking conversations, such as holding the very successful conference on the 6th of September with many in attendance. This is just a small amount of the work that is going on through our dedicated officers. For myself, connecting people together so that we can all have open, honest and appropriate conversations on how we not only tackle VORG but how we understand it. Working with Councillor Sally Hayden, Youth Parliament, NSPCC, the police, Man Culture, the fire service, youth service and many more. It's really important work and I am passionate about delivering, as are all of those involved. Anyone who watched the programme at the weekend will understand the feelings it will have brought up for many of those suffering from the effects of domestic abuse and sexual violence. The fact that Friday's show has been sold under the banner of supporting women, and with the very serious nature of the allegations, I stand by my statement that it would be inappropriate for this show to go ahead, and I have asked Plymouth Pavilions to reflect on whether it should. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, well done. Okay, I'll move on now to item number 7, which is the medium-term financial strategy 2023-2024 through to 2027-2028. Councillor Lowry, would you like to propose other recommendations?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Backed by popular demand, I'm sure we're all looking forward to this key financial document which provides a strategic framework for linking our revenue budget, our capital programme, our Treasury management strategy and our capital strategy. It is key in setting out our financial assumptions as we set about bringing stability to the city's finances while maintaining our ambitions. As I look around this chamber, it might be surprising to say that a majority of members won't have seen this document before. The last time a medium-term financial strategy was presented to Folk Council was on November 2018 and covered the years 1920 and 2021/2022. So here we are again, a Labour administration presenting a 5-year medium-term financial plan. As I've said, it's an important document. It sets out our income and our expenditure for a 5-year period, giving both members and officers the opportunity to plan ahead, which is incredibly important. The strategy also sets out the financial principles, objectives. It includes assumptions around resources available and the additional cost where we are able to forecast them here and now. Some of these costs are unknown or have been included as assumptions. What we don't know, for instance, is what funding we'll get from central government when the autumn statement is announced on November the 22nd. And additionally, we're not aware of the long overdue and promised reform of local government funding. You will also see, Lord Mayor, that our funding has moved away from central funding from government to local taxation. And now you will see that circa 60% of all funding from the local authority is coming from council tax, which in my view simply is not sustainable. The strategy also highlights a budget shortfall before any mitigation rising to £24.5 million by the year 2027/28. So in the absence of government funding, we need to plan ahead, provide services in a new way, joining up with our partners wherever possible, investing in other ways of providing a more efficient service and making the most of our assets and raising income by taking a more commercial approach. None of this is ever easy. Over the coming years, we will focus on children's services, in providing children's services and young families the support they need, home-to-school transport that meets children's needs as cost-effectively as possible, providing growth and ensuring delivery of frontline services, reducing the demand for homelessness services through an early intervention and prevention programme, and as you've already heard from Councillor Penbervey, building more homes. The Adult Social Care Department, for example, are already working closely with partners on improving access to healthcare and outcomes for those leaving hospital. There are many more areas of the Council's functions that need to be reviewed to ensure that we can bring our budgets in over the next 5 years. So in conclusion, the medium-term financial strategy does not replace the annual budget setting process. It supplements it and sets out a future view of risks and opportunities. As I've said, this is best practice, and I'm pleased to present the plan to full Council. Additionally, it will also go to scrutiny for further consideration. There are lots of more details in the report, Lord Mayor, and I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Penberthy, I understand that you'll be seconding the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Lord Mayor, if I can reserve my right to speak, thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on the item? Oh. Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lowry, for bringing this to full Council today. If I recall the 2018 one, the last time this appeared, was something that I was involved in. Certainly, these are not very exciting documents. They're quite meaty, and for those who haven't seen them previously, they would have been very enthusiastic about thumbing through them. As you set out, it's very much a forward-looking document, Lord Mayor. What I was pleased to read in there is acknowledgement and acknowledgement of the position of the Conservative government. It is reassuring and encouraging that we continue to receive government support in continuing in investment. We've heard some today in announcements and supporting Plymouth on its journey of growth. As Councillor Lowry sets out in his document, the key to success in Plymouth is sustained business growth, creating more jobs, of course, boosting our local economy. Key part of that, Lord Mayor, is of course building more houses. We need ambitious housing development, ambitious strategies and plans, and of course a programme to match those ambitious aspirations. And as Councillor Lowry touched off towards the end of his presenting this document, there are identified within the report a number of considerations and risks that have still not been properly addressed. It is frustrating that here we are still talking about uncertainty about the business rate retention scheme. It's something we've been talking about for many years in this council, and there is very much cross-party support that we expect an outcome on that. We've been talking about it for many years. So we too share the eagerness to get a positive outcome in that saga. And additionally, the adult social care funding, again, I think it's not in dispute that we as a council are frustrated that there hasn't been some proper funding mechanism put in place. There are other risks and considerations, impact on borrowing. A lot of our assumptions made throughout the financial documents that Councillor Lowry is presenting today, notwithstanding the MTFS. There's a significant amount of borrowing required to help us achieve our aspirations, and any implications, negative otherwise, on our ability to borrow is a real concern and risk for the local authority. In my capacity of chair of the Performance, Finance and Customer Service Scrutiny Committee, I very much look forward to reviewing and monitoring the progress in respect of this, and I'm sure other colleagues on the other committees, in particular Audit and Governance, will eagerly await the opportunity to scrutinise progress. So thank you very much to Councillor Lowry for bringing this today and the officers who are involved in putting together this quite meaty document. I'm grateful, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Darcy. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this matter? No. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just very quickly, as Chair of Audit and Governance, I also look forward to giving this the scrutiny and attention it deserves. Thank you.
Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to talk a little bit about council tax. It's quite clear in the document that when the government sets the national budget, it makes a very clear assumption about what we will do with council tax. It makes it very, very clear that our spending is linked to putting council tax up by the amounts that they say it should be put up by. That's important when you look at the graph at the bottom of page 14 of the strategy. What it shows is that 2013, our revenue support grant was at 76.6 million. Business rates were at 48.6 million and council tax at 85 million. Everyone knows, and we often hear from businesses, I'm sure in your constituencies as well as mine, that business rates aren't fair. Business rates in the last 10 years have gone from 48.6 million to 75.3 million, making it harder for businesses to do their work. Council tax, which is a regressive tax, hitting low and middle earners harder than high earners, so most of the people in Plymouth hit harder, has gone from 85 million to 130.6 million. So two unfair local taxation systems now account for all but £11.6 million of our budget. That £11.6 million coming from the revenue support grant from government, i.e. from income tax, which is a fairer tax. Oh, you might say, so what? In 2013-14, that income was £76.6 million. What government have done is has shifted their responsibility for funding local government from fair taxation systems to unfair local taxation systems we have no say over. I think it's a cynical ploy. Whilst Councillor Darcy might welcome the support we get from government, that table starkly shows that actually, as Councillor Lowry says, we're in an unsustainable position of where our income is now coming from compared to where it was coming from 10 years ago. And it's in that environment that he set out this medium-term financial strategy. I applaud him for doing what he's been able to do, given both that and the total uncertainty we have about revenue support grants, about business rates, about other grant programmes, or anything else. We really are working, Lord Mayor, at trying to strategise against a background of marshmallow economics. Thank you.
Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
I'm very grateful for the comments made by my members. Obviously, I'm relatively new to this job at the moment, Lord Mayor, but as you probably know, I've done it in the past. What I am experiencing when I delve into the finances of this council, no matter what department it is, you can clearly see by engaging with officers and members that they are struggling themselves. And everywhere we go, or I go particularly when I start delving into the finances, it's creaking is the words that I would use. Every service that I go and engage with and ask for an explanation as to what we're doing, what's the plan, it's creaking. That's why, as exciting as this document is to me, it actually provides them with some comfort, because they can see at least what the trajectory is for the next 5 years, and gives not just members, but the thousands of officers who are employed in this local authority the opportunity to plan ahead and see where they're going as well. So it's about providing comfort as well as a plan. And on that point, I would like to thank all the officers involved in producing this strategy on behalf of Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Lowry, for summing up there. We'll now move to the vote. Please use the voting buttons on your unit. Green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Right, councillors, that's carried 47-4 and 4 abstentions. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, sorry, point of order. I did vote, but the machine didn't accept the vote, so my vote was for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger. We'll amend the count for that. Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, which is the Capital Monitoring Report. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. This report sets out the capital monitoring position as of the Council's first quarter ending June of this year, 30th of June this year. Table 1 shows the capital budget for the next 5 years, ranging from 2023 through to 2028, and is revised to a figure of £556.722 million. This will, of course, change throughout the year, Lord Mayor, as new projects are added, and those, of course, will be reported to full council. The overall revised budget reflects £86 million coming off the previous year, i.e. what was delivered last year, and adds an additional £10.4 million for year 5 of the new years moving forward. You might ask, well, why are you only spending £10.4 million in year 5? Well, we haven't got there yet. We know we're going to spend 10.5, but as the years go on, it will increase as new projects come forward. Table 2 shows the new projects that have been added as of June the 30th this year, and shows a considerable amount of investment in our city and our ambition. There are a number of items shown in Table 2, ranging from, as Councillor Brysdale has already mentioned, a solar scheme on the Feeder Road car park, an investment in Central Park, new street furniture, new monies for highways, even further improvements on our tennis courts, of course, and a new mower for Mount Edgecombe, which is very, very exciting. So there are a number of projects that have been approved as to the end of June this year. Table 3 also shows the programme by directorate and the resources and the sources of finance to cover that. Table 4 includes a breakdown by directorate of the actual cash spend as of 2023 and shows a percentage against that forecast. As of the 31st of June, it would have been 6.63%. It's obviously increased considerably since then. The profile of the capital programme will continue to be reviewed for its robustness, and forecasts will be brought forward to full council as and when necessary, and the further funding conditions are available to us. The recommendation is that the capital programme for 2023/2028 is amended in line with the revised figures and in line with our constitution. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Councillor Penberthy, I understand you're seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Lord Mayor, I'd like.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Brysdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to briefly take a moment to celebrate that one of the overarching themes of this particular capital monitoring report is all about additional investment into Plymouth's green spaces, but particularly improving biodiversity. We've got significant mentions here of Central Park, of Plymouth and South Devon Community Forest, and of Derriford Community Park. I just wanted to say something a little bit about the largest of those, the Derriford Community Park investment. That's going to cover some really exciting biodiversity enhancement projects, including species-rich meadows, new flowering plants, tree planting in wood pastures, and also enhancing river habitats through woody dams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this matter? Councillor Sprotson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question to Councillor Lowry. For years, the Charlton Road right turn has been promised to residents in Budshead Ward, and this important scheme has been significantly delayed by the previous administration. So today, I would like you to confirm and make assurances that the appropriate funds have been set aside in the capital programme, and this project will get the priority it deserves.
You're going to address that when you sum up? Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Right. Councillor Penberthy, the floor is yours.
In which case, Lord Mayor, I will just second the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
Yes, indeed. In respect of Councillor Sproston's contribution, yes, within the capital programme, there is already a financial allowance for undertaking the work to the Charleston Road traffic scheme. And I can assure him that I'm having further discussions with my colleague, Councillor Coker, and we will hopefully be in a position very shortly to be able to give him some positive news that this scheme will be going ahead imminently, and he can, of course, pass that very good news on to his residents. Other than that, Lord Mayor, I don't think there's anything further that I need to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. I look forward to your news. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please use the voting buttons on your unit. Green for favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Thank you very much, councillors. 49 for and 2 abstentions. That motion's passed. Right, move over now to item number 9, the Treasury Management Annual Report 2022-2023. Councillor Lowry. Your time again.
Even I, Lord Mayor, I'm already getting bored of listening to my voice. And the excitement continues. The excitement continues. Treasury management activities for 2022-23, which is basically last year. But an important point. Those who have taken the time to read this will know we're talking about substantial sums of money. And it's a very technical report, and the format can be a bit difficult for individuals. But what we've also tried to do, Lord Mayor, as a new administration, we've set up a Treasury Management Board, which includes not only myself, but the Chair and Vice Chair of Audit and Governance, and Councillor Darcy as Shadow for Finance. So we understand exactly what's going on and make these decisions collectively, because we do make some rather large decisions here, and it's important to understand exactly what we're doing. So a few points that might interest members. Already been mentioned a couple of times today, the cost of both long-term and short-term borrowing has dramatically risen over the past year, with rates gone from 2% to 4% as of the beginning of April 2022. It's particularly worrying that we're seeing a rise in the Public Work Loan Board rates. This is the government. We borrow money from government, and we use that money to invest in our city, to build projects. The rate for that has gone up to a massive 6%, which means our ability to finance some of the large projects we wish to undertake, all of which need to be reviewed as a consequence of this, as they have a considerable implication. Just to give you some more context, Lord Mayor, we have loans of the value of £565 million set out in Table 2. The Council also undertook an interest rate credit swap in April 2020 for £75 million at a fixed rate of 0.56 for 20 years, which I'm particularly pleased that we did. The Council continues to hold some £64 million of LOBOs, lender option, borrower option loans through the bank. The bank has not exercised any of those options during this period, but I hope they might do shortly. As well as the borrowing, the Council also holds some £86 million of cash and investments. This is set out on Table 3 and generates a considerable income for the Council. Additional income was also received through a significant increase in dividend and interest received from our investments. But the high cost of borrowing that was incurred in the last financial year also has to be paid for, Lord Mayor, both in the short term and in the longer term. So the recommendations are set out in the report. The report has gone to the Treasury Management, the report has been sent to the Audit and Governance Committee, and they've subsequently approved the report, and it complies with the CITFA code of best practice for local government. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Councillor Penberthy, I gather that you are seconding this report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Oh, sorry. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The love-in continues. Thank you, Councillor Lowry, for bringing this today. I'm somewhat comforted with our ongoing relationship with Arlene Close, Lord Mayor. We benefited as a group only a few weeks ago with a meeting with Arlene Close here in the council offices, where they took us through our portfolios and various investments and their strategy going forward. Thank you, Councillor Lowry, for arranging. That was a very informative meeting, and they made quite a very difficult, dry, dull, complicated process and portfolio actually quite interesting for those who were in the room, and most of us left with almost an understanding of what goes on, save for Councillor Lowry, who's obviously all over this. Very much looking forward to continuing monitoring this. This matter has come up at my scrutiny panel, but I appreciate it's very much audit and governance who are doing the ongoing scrutiny, but it comes up time to time for discussion in my scrutiny panel, and I look forward to continuing doing so and being part of that committee to assist Councillor Lowry in managing our Treasury investments. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll just keep it really short. Agree with Councillor Darcy about Arlene Close and the value of the Treasury Management Board Committee. And again, I've already said this, but I will continue to make sure that this is brought to audit and governance and given the full scrutiny and attention it deserves. I'd also like to thank Councillor Lowry for explaining, and to Arlene Close for explaining the interest rate swap, which I think we can all agree has saved this council a huge sum of money going forward. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lowry, would you like to sum up?
I don't think there's any further I need to add, Lord Mayor, other than to say to all members that I am very happy at any stage to brief them on the Treasury management activities this council undertakes. So if anyone would like to know more about the detail of exactly what we do in these meetings, I'm very happy to arrange either a one-to-one or a session to assist in people understanding. It is a complex subject matter. There's a lot of detail there, but equally it's a very important subject matter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Exactly, Councillor Lowry. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please vote using the buttons on your unit. Green in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Thank you. The motion is carried with 50 votes. Thank you. We now move to item number 10, recommendation from the Audit Committee on the constitutional changes. Councillor Allen, Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm now moving the report as Chair of Audit and Governance Committee. The Constitution has been in place for a decade without major revisions. For much of that time, it served us well, but as the events of last year or so and changes in legislation have shown, revisions have been required to ensure clarity and relevance of our procedures and processes. The Audit and Governance Committee in July of this year approved the process for reviewing the Constitution. The committee was aware that due to the length, complexity and significance of the Constitution, that the review should be conducted in stages. A working group with members from both main parties was formed to begin that review, and the papers before you today reflect those informal discussions and further amendments made at our public consideration of amendments at the Audit and Governance Committee on the 5th of September. As the chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, I'm confident that changes to the Constitution provide the clarity we require, along with new provisions to address issues we experienced over the course of the last year. I expect to move similar reports in the coming months as further amendments are made, and once the content is approved by Council, I will direct officers to ensure that the format and design of the Constitution is accessible, providing quick and easy access to the procedures and processes of the Council to the public and partners. I'm sure that colleagues on both the Working Group and the Audit and Governance Committee will contribute to the debate today, and I would like to thank them for their hard work in contributing to the report you have before you. My Lord Mayor, I formally move that Council approves the amendments to Parts A and B of the Constitution and the Petition Scheme Guidance. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Dr Mahoney, I understand you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to formally second it and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do have one amendment to put forward as a proposal for this particular outcome from the Audit and Governance Committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Poyser. Right, we'll get the amendment circulated around for everybody's due diligence. Right, at this position now, does anybody require an adjournment? Okay, so you want an adjournment. Okay, I make it 3:25, so let's go for 3:35 reconvene. Thank you. Hi, councillors. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to just say thank you for all the hard work that the Ordnance Governance Committee has done in undertaking a review of the e-petition and petition guidance. It was long due an overhaul, and I think last year's petitions did highlight a number of particular weaknesses in the current constitutional arrangement. So what I'm trying to do here today really is just add some more clarity to the work that's already been undertaken, and that being the 2 points that I've set out, is that the petition bearer is able to present, if they so wish, the petition that's been submitted, should it qualify for debate within full council. And the second point, also making it clear that alternative e-petitions, as an alternative to the council's proposed e-petition system, could also be applied and used as long as it meets the requirements of the council's information to qualify as an e-petition. So I think what I'd like to do at this stage really is, if it's possible, refer it back to Ordnance and Governance Committee for further review before it's passed as new governance. If that's okay.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to confirm the motion then in front of us. So is it your intention, Councillor, to move this amendment with your amendment to 5.2? Or are you seeking for us not to take a decision on the petition scheme currently and refer that back to committee, which would impact the recommendations?
Thank you. If it's possible, would it be possible for the council to consider 5.2 here, and then for 5.3 to go back to Ordnance and Governance for review? Oh, sorry, 5.6. My glasses are on. I'm sorry.
Councillors, if you can bear with us for the moment, just to make sure that we get the process here right and the words right.
Through you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Poyser, rather than insert a provision, not insert another provision, review it and bring the petition scheme back again, it might be sensible if your amendment reflected the removal of a part of the recommendation in the front cover. So that council approves the amendments to Part A, Part B, and then strike out the petition scheme guidance with further review to take place at Audit and Governance Committee.
That sounds agreeable to me, yeah.
Can I have a seconder for the...
Thank you, Lord Mayor. For experience of time, I will formally second but reserve my right to speak.
Is there any other councillor who wish to speak on the matter? On the amendment? No? Okay. Yep.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So we'll move to a vote on an amendment. The amendment is to the recommendations in the front sheet of the report. The recommendation currently moves the Council approves the amendments to Part A and Part B of the Constitution. We're going to strike out petition scheme guidance and refer the petition scheme guidance back to Audit and Governance Committee. That is the amendment you will be voting on now. Lord Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Poyser, do you wish to sum up?
No, that's okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, councillors, we'll go to the vote. Those for, green, those against, red, and those abstain, amber, please. Right, councillors, that's 54, one abstention. The motion is passed, and I now refer you to councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the amended substantive motion is now the Council approves amendments to Part A and Part B of the Constitution and refers the petition scheme guidance back to Audit and Governance Committee. We're now back in the substantive. I believe Councillor Nicholson was next on your list, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. Good afternoon, members. I wanted to make some general points on the paper and the work that the working group are doing in relation to the Constitution. First, I would say, through you, Lord Mayor, to Councillor Allen, that notwithstanding that obviously we get the publication of the agenda paper 7 days before the full council meeting, it would be useful perhaps to have greater engagement of non-Labour and Conservative members of the council in relation to the Constitution. There are 8 members out of 57 that happen not to be part of those 2 groups, and it would be useful actually to utilise their expertise in some respects in trying to improve the Constitution. And to that effect, I welcome very much where the amendments that you're moving today in relation to the role of a member, that actually collectively policy should be agreed by all members, and effectively, you know, members should have the opportunity for engagement in the process. And I raise these points because Councillor Allen, through you, Lord Mayor, made the very able point and valid point that in the last 12 months the council has been somewhat in disarray in relation to its proceedings. And I hope very much that the work of the working group can start to piece together some normality in the affairs of this city in relation to the way it undertakes its obligations on behalf of the public. And I raise the point because only in February, when we set the council budget, democracy was denied to a number of people in this chamber by the actions of Conservative members supported by the abstention of the Labour group, which shut down debate once the whole council had given the opportunity for the leader of the council to not be on a time limit, for the leader of the opposition, which is custom not to be on a time limit, but no other member of the council had an opportunity to speak. And I see in the Constitution, Lord Mayor, that the working group are proposing for the budget meeting, obviously to set out the business and to set out the way that council deals with the budget setting arrangements in this local authority. I would ask through you, Lord Mayor, that Councillor Allen, in the work of the working group, actually bear in mind that not only should we state about the ability for all members to participate in the democratic process, but we need to be seen, particularly at the budget setting meeting, that all members have a right to speak. And it's shameful, absolutely shameful, that Councillor Patel at the time moved that the debate be closed and other members were denied an opportunity to speak. Because fundamentally, the main purpose today has been really Councillor Lowry's budget reports and the way the council operates financially. So to deny members, even if they're not in a group of a large number, the right to speak is reprehensible. So I hope very much through you, Lord Mayor, and you had an interest in this, Lord Mayor, but hopefully you can set that to one side, that actually the chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, in the further work that you intend to do, Councillor Allen, on the Constitution, can bear in mind that we need to be seen to be honouring the words that are being put to us today and allow the freedom of speech and democracy to prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson, for your sage and very valid observations. Thank you. Councillor Beer, I think you're next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Under the Constitution, Article 5, which covers the Lord Mayor and the Chair of Council meetings, I've not read anything about the Civic Handbook being referred to. It's not mentioned at all there. I'd like to ask, is the Civic Handbook going to be reviewed and included in the Constitution? And would it consider looking at the standards of this Lord Morality being maintained? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, my...
Thank you very much, Councillor Beer. I have no doubt your recommendations and observations will be taken up by the review panel. Are there any more speakers? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have a good tradition, perhaps up until this afternoon, of taking these things, as Councillor Allen said, in a very informal way on a cross-party basis, so that the time at these formal meetings can be devoted to the really meaty issues that our constituents want us to focus our time on, particularly when they come along to our meetings. So I hope we can go back to that, and certainly some of the issues that Councillor Poyser has raised today, there's no reason why our working group can't look at those in a bit more detail. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on petition platforms. I myself wouldn't know one from another, but I'm more than happy to have that sort of conversation offline if well, no, all puns intended, let's be absolutely honest. So we can actually see what is appropriate, what isn't appropriate, what are the connotations and so forth. It would be wrong if we didn't flesh out the comments that Councillor Allen made. I'd very much like to thank Councillor Murphy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Dr Mahoney for their inputs into the working group's deliberations on what, as we've heard, can be particularly dry and if anyone knows me, quite nerdy aspects of our business. It would also be wrong not to thank Ross Jago and Alison Critchfield for their enormous work on this. It's a mammoth document to go through and to tie up all our decisions and all our comments into the Constitution. So their efforts shouldn't be underestimated. Just in terms of the time limits that have been brought up and the shutting down of debate, Lord Mayor, with a little bit of research, I can give you a list as long as your arm of occasions where the then majority group that Councillor Nicholson was a part of shut down debate, preventing other councillors from speaking. Now, I'm happy not to go into that subject, but as Councillor Nicholson brought it up, it does seem to me the height of hypocrisy to moan at one group, whether it's Councillor Patel or whoever it might have been, for doing one thing when Councillor Nicholson has voted time and time and time again to shut down debates when it suited the group that it suited him to be part of at the time. And I don't remember any of the budget meetings we've had with previous minority group leaders when Councillor Nicholson offered them any suspension of standing orders. I don't remember it with the previous independents, with the Liberal Democrat group. We used to have At no point then did Councillor Nicholson generously offer extra time to those leaders and a suspension of standing orders, but now he finds him in the position that he does now. He can be Lord Bountiful and claim that everybody should have
take an intervention.
By all
okay,
means,
well,
by
thank
all
you.
means.
Through you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. The point is, I wasn't even able to speak. It wasn't the amount of time you could speak. It was the ability to speak at all. Couldn't say a word, Councillor Stevens. That can't be right for democracy.
Well, what's good for the goose, Lord Mayor, has to be good for the gander. And that criticism can also be applied to the many, many councillors that Councillor Nicholson shut down by closing debates early in the past. Be very, very careful what you wish for, Councillor Nicholson. Some of us do have long, nerdy political memories, which does bore people a lot most of the time, but does come in useful when experienced councillors try and bring in hypocritical points like Councillor Nicholson has just done. So we'll be reminding him of his previous actions. I think what we've got is a very balanced, considered set of proposals. It works well for the council going forward, and if we can take advice from Councillor Poyser and others on more detailed matters as we go, then so much the better, and I'm more than happy to vote for what we've got this afternoon.
Thank you very much for your eidetic memory there, Councillor Stevens. It's most appreciated. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Dr. Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I speak to support the amendments or the proposals today to rationalise the articles of the Constitution and the responsibility for council functions, the council and council procedures. The working group spent several hours in 2 sessions working through the rationalisation of the changes over which officers had spent a lot of time and effort, and I would like to pay tribute to them as Councillor Stevens has. Experience of events in the past required revision, and also changes of legislation has necessitated some changes. I don't think there are any controversial matters that we have upset here, and updating needs to happen from time to time to keep these up to date, and I think it was commented it was 10 years since they had been revised last. So I have no hesitation in supporting the proposals and second them. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Allen, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. Just to say to Councillor Nicholson, you make some very good points. However, you, with all your years of experience compared to me being here just a few years, you probably know far better than me that actually the makeup and proportionality of committees and scrutiny panels is actually already clearly set out. So if you do have a burning desire to sit on one of these committees and be part of it, I would respectfully suggest that maybe a helpful first step would be to join one of the major groups of Plymouth City Council. And I mean this good, please take this in the spirit in which it's meant. And you know, we have to be seen to be doing the right thing. I actually made a promise to myself that as chair of Audit and Governance Committee, I actually do want to do this properly, not just to be seen to be chairing Audit and Governance Committee properly. Regarding the Constitutional Handbook, Councillor Beer, we haven't actually got that far yet in the work of Audit and Governance Committee, but when we get there, please be reassured we will bring everything back to full council for the voting and the approval. But that's it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please use the voting buttons on your consoles there. Green for red for against, and amber for abstain. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. That's carried 54, 1 abstention.
Message from Councillor Cree. She actually can't be today because she's not well, so apologies. I apologise for not taking her earlier. I've just had the message sent.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rennie. We'll add that to the list. Thank you. Right, we'll now move on to item 11, which are recommendations concerning the pay policy statement. Council, I would like to suspend standing orders to enable Tracy Lee, the Chief Executive, to introduce the recommendations and answer any questions. This suspension will end when the recommendations are formally moved. We need a vote on this. Okay, so can we have a seconder first? Yep, we have a seconder. Right, councillors, go to the vote. Those for, press green. Those against, please red. And those abstain, press yellow. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. That's 49-4. Motion is passed. Right. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Members of Council, you'll be aware that we present the pay policy statement annually to you in January, and normally from year to year it doesn't change, so you get the same version. It's a statutory requirement that we do present it to you. If there is to be a change, you need to approve that change, and therefore I'm bringing you an amendment to the pay policy statement today. There are actually two amendments as part of this paper. The first one is to ensure that we've amalgamated our apprentices onto our pay and grading structure. At the moment, some of our more junior apprentices, their pay is outside of the council's pay and grading structure, and the proposal is to bring them in line and as part of the pay and grading structure. Second proposal is to extend the pay and grading structure and add 2 more grades in, and that is at the top end of the structure. This structure is about the generality of employees. It is not about chief officer pay, which is covered by other arrangements of pay, other pay and grading arrangements. And the reason for wanting to add 2 additional points or two additional grades to the arrangements is that we are finding ourselves in a situation where we have a gap between the top of the pay grade, which is an L, and what the market requires us to pay for some very senior officers in the council. And what that means is we are having problems with recruitment and retention. Some of those are laid out in the paper, but also it means that we are applying what we call a market factor supplement to pay levels so that we can recruit and retain officers within the council. And so we feel that by adding 2 more points or 2 more grades within the structure, that will alleviate the issue. It will not solve it completely. There are many issues about pay and about recruitment and retention, and as you know, this is very much an employees market at the moment, but certainly we have this gap, and the gap covers actually about £20,000 in terms of pay that we're not able to use to attract and retain people within the council. So 2 parts to it, but 1 recommendation, and that is a recommendation to accept the revised pay policy statement. Lord Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Any councillors, any questions for the Chief Exec? Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Chief Executive Tracy Lee, can I ask just one question? Is there a cap on the amount that can be given within those 2 pay grades, if that makes sense? Thank you.
So the pay grades are progressional pay grades based on service, but what we will do is we will appoint people on spot salaries there, and then they go into the normal process, which is as they progress their career, they are able to move through that particular grade. What they can't do is jump to another grade, so it's important they're retained. So we will use our existing pay and grading arrangements and the process for assigning points we have when we look at jobs. We take a view on how on the role, and we assign points to it, and that helps us make sure that people are fairly remunerated for the job they're doing.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other councillors who have any further questions? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dan, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I haven't really got anything else to say except just to say that we have been looking at this for a while. I think bringing apprenticeships into the proper pay structure of the council is a very worthwhile thing to do, because it means that we get apprentices that come in at different levels and they will actually get paid for the value of the work that they do rather than their role as an apprenticeship. I think most councillors are very, very much aware that we value our staff, and actually by adding the bands at the top, it means that we'll have a much fairer, transparent pay system at the top of the pay spine. And it means that we can make sure that we can evaluate jobs and pay people for what they do. Quite often we have to do market factor supplements because of the level of the work that they're doing, and it's not part of the grading system that we've currently got. So overall, this will definitely improve the succession and retention planning for the council, and I move that you accept the report. Thank you.
Councillor Evans, I believe that you are seconding this. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right to speak, but that probably won't be necessary.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this item? Thank you very much. Councillor Evans?
No, that's it from me.
Councillor Dan.
Just move to the vote if that's all right with you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, we'll move to the vote now. Those for, please press green. Those against, please press red. And those that wish to abstain, please press amber. Thank you very much, councillors. That's carried with 49 votes. Oh. Yes, Councillor Mahoney.
I erroneously pushed Councillor Stoneman's button and not my own in that. So,
congratulations. We will set the record
and
straight.
as he's not meant to be voting, could it be corrected, please?
We'll put the record right, Councillor. Right. So, thank you. We're going to move on now to item number 12, which is the Councillor Allowance Scheme. Recommendations from the Independent Remuneration Panel. Council, I would like to suspend standing orders to enable Mr Duncan Currell, member of the Independent Remuneration Panel, to introduce the recommendations. This suspension will end when the recommendations are formally moved. Deputy Lord Mayor, will you second my proposal? Will you second my proposal? Thank you.
Yes, I second your proposal, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll move to the vote now, councillors. Those for, please press green. Those against, please press red. And those abstain, please press amber. Thank you very much, councillors. That vote is carried with 48. Therefore, Mr. Currell, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to address the council today. As you'll be aware, all councils are required to set up and maintain an advisory remuneration panel to review and provide advice about the allowances to be paid to councillors. Jane Hopkinson, Brian Holden and I were charged with this task, which we have undertaken over the course of the last few months. I'd particularly like, if I may, take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of the panel, all the councillors who took a role in the panel's consideration, whether that be speaking with us through interviews or making submissions to the survey which was issued to all councillors. I'd also like to record my thanks to my colleagues on the panel who diligently considered the evidence provided by councillors in order to form our recommendations. And finally, I'd also like to take the opportunity, if I may please, to thank particularly, on behalf of the panel, Ross Jago for his very professional support to this panel, which made our task so much easier. In total, there were 8 recommendations resulting from our discussions, and broadly the panel saw limited requirements for change in respect of the allowance scheme. I'd like, though, to reflect on 3 of the recommendations, if I may, that we consider particularly important. First of these was recommendation number 1, which concerns the basic allowance. The basic allowance has for many years now been linked to staff pay awards. Whilst the panel didn't consider major revisions due to the current flat cash offer to staff, we had to reconsider how that link could continue. Our recommendation is that as pay awards currently being negotiated refer to a single consolidated addition to NJC pay points, basic allowances should increase in line with the equivalent percentage increase to the midpoint of the officer pay spine. This will ensure that all councillors who work so hard to represent their communities receive increases to their remuneration in line with those received by staff. The second one was recommendation number 5, which concerns a stipend for co-opted members. Co-opted members do bring with them a wealth of knowledge and expertise which is important to inform debate and decision making. It was the view of the panel that particularly during a cost of living crisis, co-opted members should be recognised for the expertise they bring to the work of the council. And the last item was recommendation number 6, which concerns payments to other minority group leaders. We received overwhelming feedback from the councillor survey that the payments currently being received were not commensurate to the responsibility and workloads of these very specific roles in very small groups. However, through our discussion in interviews, we recognise that an active opposition is a necessary requirement for a functioning democracy, and that small groups can and do contribute effectively. As a result, the panel considered that the leaders of small groups should be recognised as having additional responsibility and have recommended payments based on the size of the group as detailed in the report. Lord Mayor, the remainder of the recommendations and our reasons are outlined in the report. I have no doubt the councillors have given them due regard in order to conduct your debate and make the final decision. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Currell. As the reporters of an independent panel, it is incumbent upon me as the Lord Mayor. So therefore, I formally move the recommendations. Deputy Lord Mayor, do you second my proposal?
I second your proposal, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this matter? Councillor Nicholson.
Well, I think it's behoving that somebody should speak on this item, and to thank the Mr. Kerr and the remuneration panel for actually reviewing our scheme. Clearly, you know, it does need reviewing on a regular basis, and the work they've done is recognised in the report. So perhaps from my colleagues on the independent benches, may I thank, through you, Lord Mayor, I thank Duncan Currow and his colleagues for the work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. On my behalf, I do thank you and all your team and all the hard work that you've put into this report. Excellent report. Thank you very much for that and all your hard work.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, councillors, we now go to the vote. Those for the recommendations, please press green. Those against the recommendations, please press red. And those who wish to abstain, please press amber. Councillors, thank you very much. That's a 49-4, 2 abstentions. The motion is carried. Right, at this time, we're about to go for tea, but prior to going to tea, we're about to put a video on that I would like you all to stay behind and watch, please. It's only a short one, but it is pertinent to the business later, 13B. So please remain behind, please watch the video and then proceed to tea. Right, it is now 60 minutes past, so where should we go? Can we have you all back, please, by 10 to 5? Thank you very much. Right, on to the video.
converts them into on-screen mouse movements. So Steve, as he's looking around the screen, he's able to move a mouse around by moving his eyes. He can then select letters to build words and phrases and talk to the people around him.
I'll be the new poster boy for M&D. The eye gaze is essential for me. I can talk to my mates, do shopping, control my TV and tell people off when they annoy me.
As motor neurone disease progresses, patients' swallowing and speech can both be affected by weakness of the muscles. This can make swallowing really difficult for people, and they can be at high risk of choking or food and fluids entering their lungs, which can lead to chest infections. Steve was very motivated to continue to try tastes, but wanted to do so in a safe way. So we researched some equipment called BioZoom. You use a liquid and you're able to create a flavoured foam, and the bubbles have a really strong flavour of that liquid. When we put those on the patient's tongue, they dissolve without the need for swallowing. So a patient like Steve can enjoy a flavour or a taste, but without the risk of things going into his airway.
We've been doing this martini. Thank you to his sister for that. We do Vimto Steve likes. He likes orange and pineapple. See, I know when he wants me to put the spoon back because Steve's got eyes up for and down for when he's had enough.
It's amazing to try tastes again. I've tried lots of tastes. My favourite so far is passion fruit martini.
It's really brilliant to be able to support a patient to achieve their goals and to give them more choice, better quality of life, and just seeing the expression on his face when he enjoys those tastes and flavours. It's one of the most rewarding parts of what we do as speech and language therapists.
I just want to say, if you have M&D like me, it might seem like there is no hope, but we don't know what the future holds. Be strong, be brave, and never give up.
Councillors, when we get to motion on notice 13 Councillors, for the welfare of Steve, I would like your permission to move the order of the motions on notice to bring 13B to the front so that we can get Steve up there straight away there now, and in fact, keeping the video fresh in your minds. Could I have a quick show of hands on that one? Are we all in agreement with that one?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. We move to the motion now, which concerns motor neurons disease. Mr. Steve Wharton, who is joining us. There we go. He is over to the right there. Councillor Dingle, would you like to propose your motion, please?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In June of this year, I was contacted by a St. Buda resident called Steve Wharton. Steve contacted me through his carer and was hoping I could help him raise awareness of a devastating illness he had been diagnosed with called motor neurone disease. Steve's battle with MND started in 2020, shortly after the birth of his second child. Steve first noticed that he had started to walk with a limp and he experienced weakness in his leg. Just 9 months later, Steve was given the devastating news that he had MND. Just 18 months after being given this news, Steve was left unable to speak and confined to his bed. Almost half of people diagnosed with MND sadly pass away after 2 years of being diagnosed. Steve's condition progressed rapidly, but just a few months ago, something changed within Steve, and a light came back on in his eyes. He started to put on weight and expressed a wish that he wanted to be the poster boy for people with MND. This cause seemed to give Steve a new purpose and direction and a new lease of life. Steve started to contact newspapers and organisations and started to get his story out there so as to raise awareness of this disease. One of the awareness-raising projects Steve worked on was the film you saw today. Another goal Steve wishes to achieve is to spend some time outside with his 2 young children. Since becoming bedbound by MND, Steve has been very limited in what he can do with his children, Lucy 6 and Callum 3. Lucy spends as much time with her dad as possible, often sleeping on a chair in his room just to be with him. Few diseases are as devastating as motor neurone disease. It is a rapidly progressing disease of the brain and central nervous system, which attacks the nerves that control movement so that muscles no longer work. This leaves people who live with MND trapped in a failing body, unable to move, swallow, and ultimately breathe. There are many myths regarding MND. These are that it is a rare disease, but recent figures state that it affects 1 in 300 people currently in the UK. It is also considered to be a certain death sentence for sufferers by many doctors, but many people who live with MND go on to have many years of life after the diagnosis if supported with the right care. It is also believed that there is no cure, but a recent breakthrough drug in America has helped to reduce symptoms completely, if not dramatically, but this research is still considerably underfunded in the UK. A newer and more recent challenge for people living with MND has been the cost of living crisis. The Motor Neurone Disease Association recently produced a report that states that people living with MND have been disproportionately affected by the cost of living crisis. The many and numerous pieces of assistive equipment that is needed to keep MND sufferers alive are all run by electricity, and the recent increases in electricity prices is causing many sufferers to rely on financial support grants. It is believed that families managing advanced MND can spend between £800 to £900 a month on electricity for assistive equipment. I would hope that all members would support this very important motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dingle, on your maiden speech. Councillor Hayden, I understand that you wish to second the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'm trying to mute myself. That's quite handy, isn't it? I'd like to reserve my right to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak? Councillor Dan.
I'm standing to support this motion, but also for personal reasons. I'm looking at Councillor Harrison over there, but a couple of weeks ago, we joined the Stanator of Plympton, Andy Cooper, who was doing a charity bike ride to raise funds and support motor neurone disease and the local branch. Councillor Tuffin may recall that a few years ago, the council did give some money to the local charity group, and they gave it to Derriford, to their speech therapy department, because quite often when you have motor neurone disease, you can lose your speech, but you can also lose your power to walk as well. I think, as you've already seen in Stephen's very good video, brilliant video, that it affects people in different ways and it affects them very, very quickly. So when you need practical help, you need one-to-one help, you have to have it in a timely fashion. And when I say a timely fashion, it has to be days and a week, not weeks and months. So the local charity do what they can to raise money so that they can support people on a one-to-one basis with what they need. So I spoke to Steve, who's the carers champion for the local MND association. Last year, the group donated about £17,000. And they donated it for things that people need straight away that can make a difference to their lives. So they talked about helping people put in a stair lift, put in a small ramp at a front door so that you can have wheelchair access, helping to advocate with housing associations so that they can get a properly adapted house, and supporting applications for house adoptions. And one of the recommendations in here is about how Plymouth City Council looks at our adaptions policy to make sure that when we get people who apply under MND requirements, that we make sure that we look at those adaptions and deal with them very quickly, because time is of an essence. Even paying for taxis so that people can happily get to hospital. It all needs finance. I wanted to be able to say today that can you please look at Stanator Andy Cooper's Just Giving page. I don't know whether, Natalie, whether you managed to get hold of him because it's closed, because I wanted to actually say this is his Just Giving link, but make sure we'll get it and make sure we can put it in the minutes if we can. Because I think as a council, we recognise that sometimes we're limited in what we do and sometimes we can't do it quick enough. But if we can help support charities that can help people like Stephen get the adaptions they need so they can make the best of their life, then that is what we should do. I move. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dan. Is there anybody else who'd like... Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also support this motion, and as Councillor Dan has already said, yes, took part in the charity bike ride and riding 33 miles up to Tavistock and back. Now, for anyone who knows me, I might be a runner, but I'm not a cyclist, and that definitely was a challenge. We all have our challenges at all different levels, and for me that was a big challenge. So I was more than happy to support our Stanator for Plympton, Andy Cooper, on his mammoth task of cycling 85 miles around the 4 stannery towns in Devon, which is Plympton, Ashburton, Chagford, and Tavistock. I would like to thank Stephen for the video. I think it's an excellent way for us to be able to promote and to raise awareness, and I definitely think that the council could be doing more to support sufferers and also those that are helping and caring for them, because as we know, our carers, our unpaid carers, do a tremendous amount of work to support their family and their friends. What I would also say is we talk about support, in terms of raising, moving things forward quickly. We have already agreed some while ago that cancer sufferers would have their things like disabled parking sort of fast-tracked. We need to make sure that those aspects are also considered when somebody who is suffering from such a debilitating disease that comes along so quickly are actually, that we can take that into account as well. So I would ask that that is also considered. Thank you.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I want to just say thank you so much, Councillor Dingle, for actually bringing this to us today, and to Sally too. I had a very dear friend, Jenny Steele, Lady of Steele, who died quite quickly of MND, and it was the knock-on effect of her children, her family, her close friends. So I just wanted to stand and say, well done, thank you, and this motion has 100% my support. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? No. I'd just like to add as Lord Mayor that I strongly support this report. As my father-in-law also succumbed to this most cruel disease. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second this very important motion, and like my fellow councillor, I had the pleasure of meeting this inspirational young man. What Steve has endured over the past few years brings tears to my eyes, especially being so young and having such young children. The reason why Stephen has inspired me is that this disease is very progressive, and you would not blame anybody who suffers from this condition to just give up. But this is not the case with Stephen. He has certainly not given up, and he does not lie in pity. He constantly jokes with his carers. As we've heard, he even tells them off. He even tries mocktails. He still has a passion for football, and he hopes that in the future he can watch his children play outside. Many people across the city are suffering with the current cost of living crisis, and people with MND are hit even harder due to the life-saving machinery that they require every day, regardless of what the weather is like. Therefore, extra funding is vital for people with this condition. As you will have noticed, Stephen has been able to join our meeting today via live link, which is the first time that this council has allowed this to happen. I felt it was extremely important that Stephen was allowed to be part of this meeting, as unlike those who are able to attend in person, it would have been impossible for Stephen to have been able to be present here today. It's not been easy to arrange this, and at times it has been very frustrating. But hey, we did it, and maybe we could adopt this going forward. So people with similar disabilities can feel part of our democratic process. This motion is not only about those who suffer from MND. This motion actually names Stephen. So again, it's extremely important that Stephen was in attendance via the live link and not just watching from home. The last part of this motion states that Stephen is to be made an ambassador to represent those who suffer from MND and raise the necessary awareness and be a face rather than just a name. If you ever get the opportunity to meet Stephen in person, you will agree with me that he is the right person for this important role. He inspired me and he will inspire others. So I urge members of this council to support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dingle, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you to all members for supporting this motion. Lord Mayor, I am happy to go to the vote.
Thank you very much. Councillors, those that support the report, please press green. Those who wish not to, press red. And those who wish to abstain, press amber. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. That is fully supported unanimously. And can I just say thank you very much for being with us. Your presence today, Steve, today has been inspirational. Thank you very much. Right, councillors, if we go back to the normal running order, motion on notice number 13A, vaping and young people. We consider the motions concerning vaping and young people. Councillor Mrs. Beard, would you like to propose your motion, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That was a bit emotional, that was for me, because my sister was like that when she died. My colleague, Councillor Lauren McClay, has given me an amendment which I'm hoping will be passed out to everyone, and I'm happy to accept that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Beer. We'll just pass around the amendment. Councillors, has everybody had an opportunity to read the proposed amended motion on notice? Is there anybody who requires an adjournment? Nope. Okay, in that case then, over to Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for allowing me to speak about vapes and the impact they have on our young people in Plymouth. Disposable vapes are the most popular vaping device among teenagers in the UK, as surveys suggest. Children's doctors are calling for a complete ban on disposable vapes because they may damage young people's lungs, and of course, they are bad for the environment. Should we not listen to the professionals, Lord Mayor? An anti-smoking group says a ban would make it harder for some adults to give up smoking and increase the trade in illegal vapes, but will it? The Conservative government have suddenly woken up and smelt the coffee and realised steps need to be taken to reduce vaping amongst under 18s. These are likely to include tighter rules on vaping products which are marketed and promoted. Of course, Lord Mayor, our government are very good at talking but not very good at delivering. How strange it was when my local MP rang me to ask for my research on this topic, I suspect so he could take some credit. Selling vapes and e-cigarettes to children is illegal, but this has not stopped the rise in 11 to 17-year-olds experimenting with vaping. From 7.7% in 2022, it's up to 11.6% in 2023, according to YouGov surveys and for Action Against Smoking and Health. About 15% of our 16 to 17-year-olds and 18% of our 18-year-olds are current vapers, it suggests. Having spoken to young people of at this age group who vape, they tell me that they've never smoked before, and it's trendy to vape. Stats I can share with you is that this is about 20% of young people who have never even smoked. Parents need to be aware of the dangers of vaping or even giving their children vapes, which is why I'm asking for better engagement with our schools and our parents. Have you been into a vape shop recently, Lord Mayor? It's like walking into a sweet shop. Flavours include gummy bears, pear drops, and even cream egg flavour. All the vaping industry CEO will say is that they target adults for nostalgic reasons and not directed at young people. We're not all born yesterday, were we? Having studied this issue throughout the summer, ably assisted by my niece, who is a scientist, I soon became aware of the contents of vapes. Whilst there is nicotine in them, which is addictive on its own, I became aware of so many other chemicals which could be dangerous to a young person and to their developing mind and lungs. In addition to what I know is that in vapes, they additionally add drugs at pocket money prices. And by that, I refer to cannabis and the man-made drug, spice, both highly dangerous to young minds. Young people are vaping before school and after school, and often taking vapes into school. This will give them a high, making them disruptive and activating antisocial behaviour and even violence. This then has a wider impact on those who want to learn, and we all know there's been enough disruption to our education and schools over COVID. Toilets in a school in St Mary Ward have stopped young people from leaving the lessons to go to the bathroom. They abuse this privilege and they vape, and in turn it sets off the alarms, causing the whole school to be evacuated. Yet more disruption that impacts on education. This is, of course, what causes issues for those who generally need to use the facilities. Recently, on a BBC Panorama programme, they interviewed a young man aged 16 who was heavily vaping. This young man talked about feeling breathless and a burning pain in his chest, and on investigation, they found his lungs were inflamed. All of this can lead to long-term and often debilitating health issues such as asthma and bronchitis. We don't really know the impacts of vapes have on young people or for those around who passively take in particles from other people's steam. If we've learned anything from COVID, we've learned that particles that we excrete while just breathing, let alone vaping. Withdrawing from vaping brings its own issues and can activate unpleasant side effects such as violence, young people acting in unusual ways and being disruptive. Lord Mayor, my learning from my research has uncovered some grave concerns, and I hope members can support this motion today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson, I gather you're seconding this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor, members of the Council. Well, I'm very pleased to second the motion so ably put by Councillor Mrs Beer. Throughout the city, but throughout the country, we're seeing the issues of vaping causing particular problems in our local communities, and it's an issue that is growing in significance, and one that I'm pleased that Councillor Mrs Beer and I are hoping for the ability in this debate to raise the profile and the concerns we have around vaping. Certainly the amendment that colleagues on the Green benches have sought to add to the motion also expand the remit, because certainly there is concern among government, but also the Local Government Association, about the waste caused by vaping, which is in itself a major significant issue that needs tackling. So the motion that Mrs Beer and I are moving today is to up the profile, certainly to encourage the council to ensure, and I'm very pleased that Director of Public Health has shared information with us that's been going to schools, both those controlled by the local authority, but those obviously run in academies, trying to ensure that it's a common approach to dissuade and disencourage the use of vapes and ban vapes, particularly in educational establishments. And that's something that does need to be promoted far and wide, and also particularly for adults who acquiesce and actually promote and help those that shouldn't have access to vapes from doing so. Now, I was on a call only a few days ago with the local government association, and there are those from a public health perspective that say, well, there isn't much research at the moment about the health implications of vaping. But clearly vaping has helped those that have been addicted to tobacco for a long time, and there is some merit, obviously, in the use of vapes. But as Mrs. Beer has said, you know, numerous youngsters now are taking up vaping who have never smoked, and none of us know the real long-term impact. You know, breathing fresh air in Exeter Street and some of the other hotspots around the city where air quality isn't good is something we're all concerned about, and we should all be concerned about sucking in substances that we really don't know the long-term impact, when actually we need to try and dissuade those addictive behaviours, even though all of us have to recognise that we're addicted to certain things, whether it be chocolate or whatever. And excess itself isn't good. So this motion is for the council to be proactive, and we are, but to continue to be so in the future, but also to write to the government and the relevant ministers to encourage them to take action to try and protect particularly our young people from the ills of being addicted to vaping. And certainly, as the amendment that's been accepted also addresses the significant waste stream and the dangers caused by those vapes, single-use vapes that pose the greatest threat. So I hope very much this can have universal support among all councillors to send a message both locally but nationally that we need to be on the front foot to tackle the problems that we're seeing in all communities in Plymouth but throughout the country. And I hope very much that this is a start of decreasing the popularity of vapes among certain sectors of our local community, and that we can actually bring it into an even keel and actually see the benefits that vaping has done for decreasing the use of tobacco continue, but to prevent those who have never been addicted to tobacco being addicted to vapes in the future. So I'm happy to second, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Aspinall, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're just about to hand the amendment out. Councillors, does anybody require an adjournment? Nope. So Back to Councillor Aspinall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have put the amendment forward on several reasons, as you can see. We felt that there is a working party that has been set up by the Health and Wellbeing Board, and that's been tasked with looking at vaping and the effects. Vaping is one of these subjects that years ago we knew nothing about. It's become very much the forefront. And whilst adults can make their minds up and use it particularly brilliantly to stop smoking, we're not seeing that in young people. Unfortunately, young people, as Councillor Beer says, are joining in and sorry, I've just lost my notes here somewhere. They're joining in and taking part in this. And whilst it's illegal to sell vapes to under 18s, it is technically not illegal for them to smoke vapes. And I don't think that's something that we all appreciated. So you can't treat it the same as cigarettes. We have to look as to how we deal with it separately. We very much strongly feel in point 2, that by asking the Minister to rapidly produce the report that he's done, that will really, really help us in what we lay out and do. We need to know what measures will be effective, and we need to know why they're effective. And we need to reduce that appeal for children and vapes. I agree, Councillor Beer, some of the flavours they offer must be very attractive to young people. And in fact, anecdotally, we were told last week of a mother in a shop saying to her daughter, "What flavour would you like?" Well, the shopkeeper did not sell it because they knew it was for the daughter. So that, to me, was well worth finding out. The littering is correct. If you sell vapes, you should have a disposal system in your shop. Not everywhere does that. And that, to me, is one of those things that we really ought to be enforcing. But I'm going to leave the enforcement side of things to Councillor Hayden to do, because she knows far, far more about what our city's Public Protection Department are doing in this respect. It's important that we get our schools on side. So it's not just children that we need to be speaking with, it's their parents. We need to be making sure that adults understand fully what vaping is all about. But I would say where cannabis and THC and stuff like that is added, it isn't to the single-use ones. So there's a little bit of conflict here. That is the repeated ones that are used, the ones that you can refill, not the single ones. It's physically impossible, I am told, to put additions into those. But that doesn't mean to say that's right at all. But the ones that where additives are put in that are illegal, that is a police matter and will be dealt with by them. Lord Mayor, our children are precious. We need to be making sure that they have a childhood as they can, and a healthy as childhood as they can. So what we're asking with the Wellbeing Board is to really look at it, to look at the research, to look at the reasons, and to understand it far more, and bring back a full report to the Health and Wellbeing Board that can then tell all of us and help us all through the different council departments to understand this better. So that's why I'm asking you to support the amendment that I've put forward, and I hope you'll be able to do that. And I ask Councillor Hayden to second it. Thank you.
Is that, Councillor, are you seconding?
I am formally seconding, and I'm quite happy to speak now, if that's okay, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I certainly, obviously, support this amendment from Councillor Aspinall. Can I just add that, you know, on item 1 about the Health and Wellbeing Board being established and a working group, that is absolutely brilliant, because the government has been holding a consultation over the summer, which we understand will be published very soon, and perhaps as soon as next week.
which will be able to provide the best evidence of what will work to reduce the appeal of vapes, particularly to children and young people. And this should be implemented as soon as possible. So that will help the working group. As Councillor Aspinall has said about the public protection side of things, there's been a lot of work in the trading standards, and trading standards and the police have been working really closely together. And it's based on intelligence received. There have been 30 premises of interest in Plymouth, that is, shops where there has been suspicion that there might have been underage sales or sales of black market products. In April 23, an operation took place and spot tested those, and that they were under suspicion of underage sales. And the positive news is that only 2 failed that test. So there is some good news. Actions are being taken against those not to have complied. So basically, you know, trading standards are working very hard. Trading standards and the police are working with Safer Plymouth as well. So it's a whole approach. Can I just also pick up about one of our change of amendments? In the first amendment from Councillor Beer is to request all education facilities with Plymouth to ban vapes within the premises. Now, under our change of amendment, we have removed the education and put schools, and there is a reason behind that. Education facilities include universities where people are over 18 and may also be using vapes to reduce smoking. So ban might not be appropriate. So it's really schools, and that's why we've made that amendment. But I would hope that Councillor Beer and Councillor Nicholson would see that, you know, this is a good move of our change of motion, and hopefully they would support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to accept these amendments. I think it just tightens up the motion on notice a little bit more. I appreciate Councillor Aspinall's input to this. I just want to say that I've actually been having meetings with the police, so I am having ongoing dialogue with them, and I just don't want to set up another generation of people addicted to nicotine via a vaping example. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I accept also the recommendations and the amendments. I too have concerns regarding vaping. Again, some of you may know I'm a bit of an ardent litter picker. The amount of litter that we have from single-use vapes is astronomical, and you know, it means that litter pickers are having to make special actions to make sure that they're not mixing it up, because as we said before, it's really important, and I agree with what the Green Party have added into the motion, that we have to have real concerns about vapes being put into our litter, which can then combust and cause issues with within the bins. I do have concerns that there needs to be some tightening up of the rules, and having listened at Health and Wellbeing Board, feel that the miscommunication that is about considering concerning vapes, NHS obviously would like to support those who are trying to give up smoking, but somehow we need to get across to adults that actually this is a means to help prevent, to reduce smoking in adults, and that doesn't mean that it's okay for young people to take up smoking. So I do agree you know, with what's been said today, and hopefully, as Councillor Beer says, hopefully this motion will tighten things up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Clay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Mrs Beer for presenting this motion to the Chamber today. Your passion on this is so abundantly clear, and thank you for bringing it to us today. We are seeing councils across the UK take action on this issue, and I'm hopeful that Plymouth will soon be joining their ranks, and it sounds as though we do have a bit of consensus, which is wonderful. I just want to try to speak a little bit more on the environmental impacts of vapes, as has been mentioned across the Chamber today. So users in the UK are throwing away 5 million vapes a week. Over the course of a year, the number of disposable vapes getting binned could fill the pitch at Home Park 22 times over. While I was at Seafest over the weekend, which was great by the way, I was speaking to the team from Clean Our Patch, a litter picking group, about this very issue. They reported to me the amount of vapes that they come across in picks is astronomical. When these devices are littered, they create extremely toxic waste, which can be harmful to children, pets, and wildlife, as the battery may be damaged and leak chemical waste into the surrounds and waterways. The precious resources that go into making these vapes as well could be used delivering our net zero aims, with around 10 tonnes of lithium being sent to landfill or waste incinerators each year. That's enough metal to make 1,200 electric cars. Moreover, these devices put our frontline service workers at risk. Zombie batteries have been found to cause hundreds of fires a year at recycling plants after being thrown away incorrectly, putting lives on the line and causing damage to lorries and waste facilities as well. So yes, I wholeheartedly support this motion, and thank you so much for bringing it to us. Councillor Beer.
Councillor Evans.
Sorry, I've got a query on procedure. Are we currently talking to Councillor Aspinall's amendment, or are we talking to the substantive? Would you be able to say which it is?
Through you, Lord Mayor. The debate currently is the amendment moved by Councillor Mrs Aspinall to the substantive motion which was moved as amended by Councillor Beer.
Okay, so, sorry, I don't want to, but Councillor Aspinall's amendment is to the original motion.
Not to the amendment.
Not to the amendment. The amendment was accepted by, was not actually moved or seconded.
So
we're on Mrs Aspinall's.
Through you, Lord Mayor. The substantive motion, as moved by Councillor Beer, included an addition which she accepted before the meeting from the Green Group, with the additional information that we circulated before we began and before Councillor Beer moved her motion. So the substantive includes the paragraph in green beginning vapes also pose an acute environmental threat. Subsequently, it's been amended by Councillor Mrs Aspinall. Now, Councillor Mrs Aspinall, you can choose whether or not you wish to remove that additional paragraph which was moved, or we continue with the amendment as set out by Councillor Mrs Aspinall. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right, Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I would like to speak in support of Councillor Aspinall's amendment.
As an ex-smoker and as a school teacher, as an ex-smoker, it took me 7, I'm ashamed to admit, attempts to stop. It was extremely difficult. And as a councillor now more view an area with very complex health needs among a lot of the population, we do need support to prevent smoking continuing in adults, whether they are adults in education or working in education or in any other part of society. However, as a secondary school teacher, I want to say I've known many, many teenagers get caught with vapes or get caught vaping in school. It's not an uncommon thing that happens. I asked a class of my year 10s once, why? Why do you vape? We all smoked because we saw so many film stars and musicians smoking. We thought it was cool. Why do you vape? And they told me it's Insta myth. It's on Instagram. Other social media are available. They are bombarded with images of how cool this habit is. And that's difficult for them to challenge with that information. Now, we've talked a little about evidence, and Councillor Beer is correct, there is some dispute about evidence, but increasingly there is scientific research around vaping. There is research recently published in the BMJ which says that teenagers themselves say that they would like better information, more solid information to make their decisions regarding vaping on. Evidence published by the Institute of Psychiatry this year backed up what many of us feel, which is that the packaging is targeting teenagers and is drawing them in and is getting a group of young people who are slightly at risk of this kind of behaviour becoming much more at risk. And that packaging is therefore, in my view, quite dangerous to them. Now, 1 in 5 children have tried vaping now. It is a number that's going up, so this is something that we need to tackle. It's increasing year on year. It's really urgent. Teenagers' brains are uniquely vulnerable to addiction, and teenagers themselves, as we know, are uniquely risk-taking. This is an age where, again, as a teacher, I've known hundreds of teenagers. I think teenagers are fantastic. They've got so many strengths, so much to offer, but they're not finished yet. They still need our support. They still need our guidance and our help to get to where they're going. One thing that we can do to help with that is to help their teachers. And one thing that will help their teachers is to have a ban of vaping in schools, a clear-cut ban which teachers could stand behind and point to and say, this is not a grey area. This is something that we've been told to do. So as a parent, as a teacher, as an ex-smoker, I fully support the ban in schools. I fully support the amendment whereby we give children and young people information. If they're given good information, the majority of them will make good decisions. So therefore, in conclusion, thank you very much, Councillor Aspinall, but also Councillor Beer and Councillor Maclay. These are all brilliant ideas, and it's really fantastic to be able to have such agreement about such an important issue. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gilmour, on your maiden speech. A very passionate one. Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this subject? Right, councillors, we'll go to the vote. Oh, no, sorry. Aspinall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, everybody, for their contribution today. I think it shows how important this subject is to us and how we are determined to get it right. And I look forward to working with you all to make sure that we do get it right. But that whatever we come up with now, we make sure that we review it with any new information that comes out. So thank you all for giving me the time this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Right, councillors. We're going to vote. Yeah, we'll now move to the vote on the amendment that we have here. So in support, Green, against in red, and abstain in orange. Right, thank you very much, councillors. That's passed on 48 votes for the amendment. Right, Councillor Beer, would you like to sum up now on the substantive motion?
Lord Mayor, I'm just very grateful that everybody in the chamber seems to have come together on this motion on notice, because it's critically important. I do understand the damage that can be given to young people's brains, developing minds and their bodies, and the damage it does, and how it sets us up for expenditure later in life. So I'm very grateful to everybody's contribution. It's very welcome. Thank you to Councillor Aspinall for her amendment, and to Councillor McLeod to help me tweak this motion. I really appreciate it. And now I suggest we all go to the vote. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, those in support, press green. Those against, please press red. And those abstaining, amber. Right, councillors, that's unanimously carried. Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to our third motion on notice. Which concerns early years nursery provision. And this is proposed by Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor and members of the Council, I find myself raising this firstly because of a heartfelt email that was sent to me by someone working in a nursery. She described herself as a passionate Level 3 early years practitioner who's been working in her particular nursery for 11 years. She wasn't the childcare manager, but someone who had and has a deep commitment to delivering the very best for young children. Her nursery looked like it might have to close its doors. Fortunately, that did not come about due to the hard work by the nursery itself and our own local authority. But it would have had very serious implications for the nearly 120 children and their families, and particularly for special educational needs children who are in the nursery. I talked to the manager, who explained that their nursery, like many others, are under serious pressures, particularly financial, with not a lot of flexibility. Childcare practitioners are likely to be on minimum wages. They have had substantial inflationary pressures on nurseries, fuel costs being just one. And to offset some of these, nurseries have had to charge for consumables or top-up fees. There's also the wider issue of recruitment and retention of quality early years practitioners. Visiting nursery providers in my own ward, I know this is a problem. Nurseries need suitably qualified staff with the appropriate skills. Our early years team are working with the skills team and On-Course Southwest to provide these opportunities. The government is extending its childcare offer, and it's very laudable and to be encouraged. However, there is still the issue of funding and staffing. The funding rate for 3 and 4-year-olds went up from £5.29 to £5.62 as from this September. But as Neil Leach, who's the Chief Executive of the Early Years Alliance, said, while we welcome clarity on the average funding rates from September, it's clear the increases will do little, if anything, to address the years of underfunding that's devastated England's early years sector. Nationally, there is a decline in childcare places. In Plymouth, the percentage of places fell by 14%, whereas nationally by 7%. Currently, we have sufficient places as the birth rate has also fallen. However, this is likely to change from April 2024 as more children become eligible for free childcare. Plymouth is proactive on this by working with providers to adapt their business models. It's fair to say that we in the city seek to find solutions and bring them to the table rather than just raise problems. However, from September 25, when the offer is further extended, there will be an additional challenge. We have to have stable early years provision. From a purely economic perspective, particularly in Plymouth, we have to grow our city. So much work is going on in the city in terms of investment, meeting the skills gap. Further skilled job vacancies of over 8,000 are predicted by 2030. Many of those jobs are going to be needed parents and households with children. We need to have reliable, high-quality childcare in place. We must plan to meet that need. Will these reforms enable that to happen, or will we end up with unstable, unreliable provision? Working parents, carers and employers need to be confident of this. There are implications for our own staff. Successful implementation of these new reforms needs additional staffing resources. Administration of additional funding payments alone will increase workload. Childcare providers, including schools, may wish to change their business model. This will require specialist support from the council, and it will require extra staffing. Special educational needs, very high on the agenda. More children at a younger age accessing childcare increases the visibility of vulnerable children and those with SEND. Potentially, this will identify these children earlier so as to provide early support for children to reach their full potential. That's excellent. However, without funding and support measures in place, it'll also place additional pressures on already stretched childcare sectors. Early years providers will need additional specialist support if they are to effectively support those children and their families and carers. David Johnson, as Under-Secretary of State for Children and Families, is the 11th Minister to hold this position under the 10th Secretary of State for Education in the last 13 years. So he might just appreciate a constructive letter from the leader of Plymouth City Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Stevens, I believe that you are seconding the report.
I am, and I'd like to speak now, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thank Councillor Creswell for presenting this motion, which I'm pleased to second. In welcoming the Chancellor's pledge to invest more in early education and childcare, the declared additional money falls short of the sum that really shows the government truly values early years education and childcare. It also falls short in its commitment to help parents, overwhelmingly but not exclusively women, to be able to remain in, rejoin or start employment or to increase working hours. And beneath the Chancellor's headlines, the reality remains that the UK government funding of early years provision still lags way behind other comparative nations in the OECD. So what are some of the consequences of insufficient funding for early years and childcare? Ofsted reported in its latest annual report in May that 2,600 fewer settings existed for 0 to 4-year-olds, and taking into account population changes, 10,000 fewer childcare places. An 87% increase in closures of settings, with a third of those in 20% of England's most deprived areas. And astonishingly, less than 2% of settings believe that they have enough money from the government to run their settings. At the start of this new school year, 55% of settings expect to just break even, 38% a loss, but in areas of disadvantage, only 17% of nursery settings expect to break even. Members, these figures are alarming as they reflect the reality in our own city, not just everywhere else. The number of childminders is declining sharply, and some of our settings are teetering on the edge of survival. And of course, parents who are able to, and invariably in more well-off areas, can pay top-up fees, which help sustain an early years setting. But high-quality early years education should be available for all children, not only for those whose parents can afford to pay more. As further funding-induced closures continue, it is clear that levelling up is not happening in the realm of early years funding. So what do our city's early years settings say about the pressures they are enduring? Last week, a preschool manager told me that in order to survive, her setting pays staff the minimum wage, skimps on buying equipment, struggles with a cost of living crisis, feels demoralised about the tatty building, and is not able to provide the right level of staffing for children with SEND. The manager is grappling with when to close the setting, at the end of this year or next year. Her worries are common across the city. A manager of a nursery told me it is madness that she relies on Pudsey Bear to help provide the equipment that toddlers and preschoolers in her settings need. And what an indictment on our government's value of early years when trained, dedicated practitioners could walk into a local supermarket and earn much more than they do supporting and nurturing our city's children. Aligned with the inadequate funding of the circumstances early education faces post-pandemic, when the Chancellor seeks to improve the economy, there's no mention that a funded plan to improve the lives of young children post-pandemic is in place. The leaders I talked with, together with a head teacher of a successful primary school, all said their funding for early years does not help mitigate the cost and impact of the pandemic. During lockdowns, for a significant length of time, children who are now aged between 2 and 6 years of age were isolated from each other as babies, toddlers, or preschoolers. And it is widely evidenced that this has had a huge impact on their speech, language, emotional, behavioural, and social development. The impact on learning and a struggle to provide support for children with special educational needs, as Councillor Cresswell says, presents a challenge for us as a council as we aim to improve our recent SEND Ofsted outcome. We need to incentivise recruitment to attract and retain the right workforce. Many grandparents have to work longer or are simply not around, so working parents of young children deserve a bold plan from government and employers to promote further opportunities to enable growth and employment. For example, this could be a blend of neighbourhood and workplace-based education and childcare settings that would help mitigate an impending dilemma. Evidence shows this can boost recruitment and productivity, employee satisfaction, as well as childhood development. Members, we need to let the latest relevant government minister know two things. This city recognises the vital need to provide appropriate funding for early education, and that there's an intrinsic link to enable our city's economy to grow by harnessing our parental talent pool for the skilled jobs waiting to be filled. I'm sure we all recognise and believe it. Let's hope the Minister will too. And this is why, Lord Mayor, I ask fellow members in the Chamber to support the motion as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. You have spoken before, but in consideration of the technical complexity, detail and length, I think we'll consider that as your maiden speech. Congratulations. Councillors, is there anybody who'd like to speak on the... Councillor Harrison, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Good quality early years provision is essential for our city and is vital to ensure that the plan to grow economically comes to fruition and creates more well-paid jobs. Our children deserve high-quality provision to help them grow and develop. I welcome the plans to increase free funded hours in early education and nursery care, which by 2027-8 will amount to £8 billion. In April 2024, working parents with 2-year-olds will be able to apply for 15 hours of funded childcare, and in September 2024, 15 hours will also be available to all 9-month-olds if parents are working, increasing to 30 hours from September 2025. The current uplift in funding for 2-year-olds has increased from £6 an hour to £8 an hour, and having spoken to preschool managers, is warmly welcomed. It is important that this level of funding is continued after April 2024. The Office for Fiscal Studies stated that the 2023 budget reflects rapid growth in total spending, and this reflects a choice to prioritise spending on free entitlement by our current government. This at a time when other areas of public spending in other areas of education hasn't been increased. Take-up of 2-year-old funding, however, has fallen, possibly as the cap at which a family is eligible currently has remained the same, whilst income rises. The move to 2-year-old funding for working parents is therefore welcomed. There needs to be a balance, however, between supply and demand. We know that birth numbers are falling, however, capacity will be needed for the increased numbers accessing the funding from 2024. As has already been said, 95 council are reporting that there is difficulty in recruiting staff, and again, having spoken to preschool managers, I have been told this myself for Plymouth. 95% of councils are reporting this. But we need qualified, well-qualified staff to provide the high-quality provision essential for children to access the curriculum, particularly in communication, personal, social and emotional development and physical development, which all are so vital to build strong foundations. However, as already been said, early education is not well paid or valued, with early educators earning 56% of the median salary in England, despite their hard work and commitment. Support for training and recruitment is needed to ensure that capacity is there for when the increases in funding is available. When we're talking about funding, though, it's also necessary to highlight the issues of special educational needs and disabilities within early years. This needs to be properly funded, especially as post-COVID, more and more children are coming into early years settings without the communication and language and understanding skills that they need. Some children will need support going on into school, but with support, many may have their needs addressed, so early intervention is vital. The new Minister for Children, Families and Wellbeing, David Johnson, will need to understand this. Therefore, I agree that we should be supporting the need for more funding for our youngest children, because they are the ones that need the support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Gosling.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I stand in agreement with the motion as put forward by Councillor Creswell and Councillor Stevens. There is clear need for additional early years childcare for the population to ensure that both parents can enjoy a life of work and other leisure pursuits as well, and also to prepare those children for their schooling. One of the issues that's been also highlighted by Councillor Harris is the limitations of supply of childcare places. Even if the government were to increase massively the amount of money put forward, this does not alleviate problems of supply in a number of childcare places and trained staff available to take care of them, because this is very much a need which is in demand. There's not much supply of actual care. What I would encourage Councillor Creswell is to look at childcare, at the way that this problem has been addressed in other nations around the world, in looking at parent-led childcare for under-school pupils. In this case, creches and preschools have been organised by parents for their children, where they take a cooperative stance in the operation of the preschool. They go down into the preschool, they donate usually about a day a week in looking after children in the preschool. So they're effectively donating a large proportion of the labour required to run a creche or preschool, and thus can dramatically lower the costs of that preschool and also alleviate the labour problems of supplying all of the professional staff in that preschool. So this is a common practice across Europe and in New Zealand and Canada. And in fact, both my children in their time from about 1 year of age until 4 years of age, when schooling starts in France, actually attended a parental creche, where both myself and my partner were involved in their care, alongside a number of professionals. The cost of this childcare was dramatically cheaper than the professional-led childcare adopted in this country. So I would encourage Councillor Creswell to look elsewhere around the world for how we can also solve these problems in the long term, as well as I would commend her motion in trying to solve these problems in the short and medium term by asking the government for additional funding for this much valued resource. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Beer.
Well, I didn't think I'd be standing up this much today. I'm a grandmother myself, and my little granddaughter's just started nursery, so I appreciate the struggles that we all have in getting young children into nursery school provision. Thank you very much to Councillor Creswell and Councillor Stevens for bringing this motion. I fully support it. And I'd also like to take Councillor Gosling's remarks into consideration because, strangely enough, in a former life, I actually used to run a play group and used to provide a setting for young children to come in and looked after their children whilst their parents were working. So I've fully trained in that, got the qualifications. It used to happen. I don't know why it stopped happening, but for me it stopped happening because life moved on. But I fully support this motion and I thank you for bringing it to Council this afternoon. Thank you.
Councillor Cresswell, would you like to sum up?
Oh, thank you very much. I think it's fair to say, my Lord Mayor, that looking around this chamber with the contributions that we've had from, we've got an ex-head teacher, we've got across there, I know Natalie has got great expertise in early years. We've got grandmother, we've got professor of psychology, so we've actually got quite a lot of expertise that's actually being contributed really well, I think, this afternoon. I'd like to start off by addressing what Councillor Gosling came up with, which is something perhaps long-term, that is something that councils, local authorities could actually explore. Is there an opportunity of being able to make buildings or whatever available? Perhaps it's something that we could in fact look at, but I think that's probably long-term. I think it's fair to say that everyone very much agrees with the importance and value of high-quality early years provision. I think it's particularly important if you look at the moment about the issues of SEND and special educational needs, that as early as we are able to identify children who might have SEND issues, the earlier identification, the long-term saving, and that is certainly something that's worthwhile keeping in mind. I think the issue as well of a strategy for growth, coming back as well to the issue, in fact, of employment and growing our economy, it really is important that we have quality, high care, reliable, it has to be reliable childcare that can be effectively used by both our employees who are trying to grow and encourage, and also by employers can be sure and confident that their employees aren't going to suddenly find that their childcare arrangements are actually closed down. We have been doing some work with the skills team on Course Southwest to actually boost up skills as far as early years practitioners are concerned, and that is something that's ongoing as well. Finally, a couple of things. I think we need to be perhaps also making the Minister really aware of the issues and the problems, the particular practical problems. And as I said, it's also about looking at possible solutions, perhaps solutions, one that other councillors have put forward. But I think another one that's actually really important is the impact that this is going to have on local authorities when they find themselves having to support settings, when they have to move and change their settings and alter their business models, and they will need some actual professional support coming from the local authority, and that will have to be paid for. And perhaps that's one of the things that we could put in our letter to the Minister, because it's quite likely that he's not necessarily aware of that. I think finally it's probably fair to say, as far as the Minister's concerned, is that he was also a member of the Social Mobility Commission. So hopefully he does have a real understanding and understands the link between high quality early years provision and the long-term life chances of all of our children. Thank you very much, and I hope people will support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll now go to the vote. For those to support, please press abstain. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. That's passed. 47 for and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 13D, which concerns online meetings. Councillor Rennie, would you like to propose your motion, please?
Wrong button. Typical of me, isn't it? Okay. Right. This is a very simple motion, we believe, right? It's a very simple motion. All it's really asking, right, is to give councils the power in England, the same power as they have in Scotland and in Wales. Basically, as I said, this was actually started by the Association of Democratic Service Officers and the lawyers in local government about a year and a half ago. It was a petition that's launched really about saying, giving the councils in this country the same power to have remote meetings, hybrid meetings, as the councils have in Wales and Scotland, I just said. There was an unsuccessful High Court action in 2021 where the judgment was, at the time, where it stated that it was for Parliament to change the law, not the courts. So basically, we believe it's actually up to the government at the moment to give us the powers to be able to hold these meetings. As I said very clearly, right, this is not an alternative to meetings. This is actually something to help us to have at issues where, for instance, we have bad weather, or we have issues where people can't make meetings through disability or through some sort of illness. It still gives that member or members the opportunity to attend and be part of democracy. I think that's very important. The reality is it also would potentially open up the council to people with disabilities yet again, because there are, for instance, people with, should we say, for instance, a disability act, like the gentleman we saw earlier on. Why can't these people be part of the democratic process? Just because they can't physically attend, they still should be given the opportunity to be part of these meetings, and it will open up to public. And as I said, during lockdown, basically the meetings, there were so many benefits to local democracy and residents. Apart from the public, obviously public concerns where there are going to be potential pandemic. There's a potential pandemic coming again. I don't know if everyone's aware that COVID could be coming around again. There are concerns. So this actually potentially would give us the opportunity, if this was to pass by government, the opportunity to hold meetings again, similar to what we've had in the past. I said, obviously, there's all sorts of benefits, right, which we will obviously have. There could even be things, silly as it might sound, right, there could be benefits to cost savings in the long term, for instance, right. There's actually environmental benefits because potentially, right, it's going to be less travel for people. So basically, it could be environmental friendly. I mean, also, the obvious thing is better work-life balance with some councillors because, for instance, you could be at a work where maybe you have to work till 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon and try to rush over. Now, the fact is, if you can actually go straight away, basically just go from work into a room somewhere and get your computer on, you had to take part. But make one thing very clear, which I'll have to my colleagues as well, this is not a shirker's motion. This is not for people to shirk and just use an excuse not to attend meetings. This will only be used if and when necessary, when there's an issue which really arises where there is a problem. And it will be up for the whips, obviously, and the members of each group to make sure this doesn't become a habit of some individuals who there is concerns, I do understand from some people, that it could be such. As I said, really, this is actually I believe this is a very simple motion. And as such, but I do obviously present this to the council and hopefully you'll support it. Thank you.
Are you sure? Thank you very much, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Stevens. This will not be your maiden speech either. Would you like to?
I don't think there's that many people in Plymouth, let alone the Chamber, who can remember that, Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to second, and I'll reserve my right to speak in a short while, with your permission.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Councillor Rennie, Councillor Stevens, you'll be really pleased to hear I'd like to support this motion. And the one good thing about this, it says obviously in section 2, agreed rules and procedures. I would really like to say, I don't know, Councillor Rennie, whether you were with me on the particular day, but we did taxi licensing and we had a prisoner coming in from jail and he had to zoom in, so we had to be in at 8:30 in the morning. And from that, Councillor Pengelly and myself went from taxi licensing straight to Brexit committee. We did 14 hours straight with one break. So I want to ensure that PCC protects the councillors like it does its own staff and that people do get adequate breaks. So you've mentioned that, So this has my 100% blessing, because obviously with families and caring commitments and everything else, it's easier for me to sit at home and do what I have to do, attend the meetings, and also, like you said, rightly said, about environmentally friendly, it's a win-win. Thank you very much for bringing this to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bridgman. Councillor Beer.
Yeah, cool. Blimey, I'm up and down like a yo-yo today. I just wanted to say that I'm happy to support this motion on notice, because as a carer myself to my terminally ill husband, I think I'm going to be a little bit more absent from meetings, but I'd still like to attend, and I can probably manage that from a home setting. So I fully support this, and thank you for bringing it this afternoon.
Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rennie and Stevens, for bringing this motion. I'm in two minds about where I stand on this. Sitting in here today and listening to the robust debate we've had, seeing each other face to face and having those conversations, I find it difficult to see how the level of debate would be the same if, say, half of us were in here and half of us were on a screen. And that's not just in here, but in all our other committee meetings as well. It makes the standard of debate very, very difficult, and not to the standard it is when we all meet in here, which I don't think does much for our democracy. Being able to hold each other to account is easier, and you get better results seeing each other face to face and having those conversations. That said, I completely agree with what you've said and what Councillor B has said about wanting to attend meetings if maybe you've got other commitments such as caring commitments. So I am in two minds, but I just wanted to put it out there that I do have concerns, and I haven't quite made up my mind how I'll be voting. But thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Penberthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think any of us want to return to the times of COVID where we all sat in our little rooms by ourselves and tried to engage. But that, I don't think, is what is really being proposed here. I think what we are hearing is about some flexibility. I know a number of us here play parts in LGA boards. It would be quite difficult to do that, and quite costly to do that, if we were continually rushing up and down to London, as our esteemed leader has done for many, many years. It's actually a lot easier to engage in some meetings where you have the choice and people are doing it hybrid, and it does work. I just wanted to bring to the Council's attention something that happened very recently here in this chamber, or rather, it didn't happen here in this chamber because not enough people turned up. And the Police and Crime Panel is subject to the same legislation that everything else is. We draw members from North Devon and from the Isles of Scilly, people who travel hours and hours to get to a meeting. And we're not allowed to have a hybrid meeting because the law doesn't allow it. Here in Plymouth, we were going to have a discussion about the Keam inquest findings and Keam stuff, and we couldn't do it because people couldn't get to meetings in Plymouth. Partly some had apologised, but others were caught up because there were issues on the trains and the roads that morning. If we had been able to have a hybrid meeting, we could have had a couple of councillors dial in, we could have had that meeting, and we wouldn't have had to have gone through the cost or the discomfort to people in Keam of having to reschedule a meeting. Not all councils have us all living within 7 miles of the city centre, and not all meetings are easily able to be accessed. I don't think we should ever be striving for a position where, as a norm, council meetings and council committees are predominantly held by people sitting at a screen. But I do think the government should allow councils the ability to decide how they act in their own councils, and to give us the ability to say how we want to act. And across a region like Devon and Cornwall, that makes real sense, and it will enable better working between councils. And we all sit, or a number of us have sat or will sit on fire and rescue authorities, police and crime panels, joint committees, where we end up travelling and everything else, and we should be finding more cost-effective, more carbon-effective, more partnership-effective ways of working, where the government should be allowing us to make that decision ourselves, not just saying a blanket computer says no. Lord Mayor, I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this motion? Councillor Stephens.
Don't get me wrong, Lord Mayor, it's always nice to see you. And that's true of most colleagues here too. But I do hope, in all seriousness, that we can catch up with the very latest way of meeting and taking decisions that the rest of the world, thanks to the COVID pandemic, now accepts as second nature. Because we don't all need to be physically in the same room all the time to make safe, legal, robust, defensible decisions which are visible to those who we serve. And Councillor Stoneman is absolutely right to raise that as a factor in the decision making. But can you imagine if the restrictions put on us were applied to the rest of the council, especially to our council officers? Can you imagine someone trying to get hold of the chief executive or one of our directors and saying something's cropped up, what do we do? Well, I think we should do X, Y, and Z. Can you get on with it? No, Tracy, we can't do that. Why? Because you're not in the same room as us. So your view is invalid. For about a year, as Councillor Rennie reminded us, all council and committee meetings were held virtually, and we coped. In the middle of the biggest logistical challenge Britain had faced since 1945, we coped, including our regulatory committees, which Councillor Rennie and I are very familiar with, where, as everybody knows, legal restrictions apply more than most areas. We coped. And if there were any dangers, I'm sure that the Lawyers in Local Government Association, the trade body of council solicitors and monitoring officers, would not be endorsing this move, but they are. The option, and I stress it is an option, to give us the flexibility to hold online meetings, will make decision making easier and will allow a wider range of Plymothians to put themselves forward for election to office. People reflective of a wider Plymouth, people with busy jobs, people with caring responsibilities. And if it's okay for Steve, who we met earlier, to advise us on his MND condition, why shouldn't it be all right for him remotely to put himself forward to his fellow citizens for election, just because he can't physically get into the same room as the rest of us? We still have council and committee meetings where officers and guests and witnesses join us online. I don't think any of their contributions are any less relevant or worth any less because they're not physically in the same room as me at that point. Technology is advancing rapidly, and I really hope, Lord Mayor, that we're not left behind as local government and politics more widely sometimes is. That's a trap I think we really, really do need to avoid. Some of us will remember a former councillor, now an alderman, not just more than 10 years ago, amending our rules of debate to say we can't use, or we couldn't use, electronic devices in this chamber. Now look around all parties here, who hasn't got a laptop or let alone a mobile phone with them? And who wouldn't think twice about responding to a message or checking some facts for a debate or a question? We really mustn't get left behind, Lord Mayor. The challenge for me today is to convince Councillor Stoneman to vote for the motion. Not an easy task. I I fully admit. But this is just about supporting the flexibility that councils should have. How we manage it, if the legislation were to change, would be up to us. I personally wouldn't favour a blanket removal of in-person meetings. I think there are dangers with that. How we do it would be up to us. And the work that Councillor Allen's committee is doing would, I think, be tailor-made to work out what suits Plymouth. It might be that we just give a dispensation to those who are ill. So if you've got a long-term sickness, you can dial in. You're not long-term sick, no, we expect you to be there. That's just speculation, but that's a way we could look at it. I think the danger is not to engage with the technology, Lord Mayor, not to look at the possibilities. And it's in that spirit I'd ask people to support our motion today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Rousing stuff. We've got one more. No, Councillor Nicholson. Yes, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm very happy to support the motion, and certainly Councillor Stevens' speech was first class, Councillor Stevens. I don't understand why... yeah, I've forgotten the previous comment you made, Councillor Stevens. I don't really understand, Lord Mayor, members, why the government should be so punitive towards local government when common sense should prevail. It just does not make sense, does it? And you've got the Local Government Association, the voice of local government, has been asking for this for some time. You know, life post-COVID is a different world, and it's about time the government recognised that they shouldn't have a control over a sector of society that administers itself and should be able to administer itself. So I hope very much that the whole council will support this motion, and certainly members on my left on the governing party actually persuade members of parliament to wake up and recognise that local government needs to have certain shackles released. This is nonsensical, and hope very much that change can come forthwith. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Well put, well put. Right, we go back to Councillor Rennie. Would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you for the quality of support here. The reality is, Bill said very simply, right, this is not something that we're going to make permanent or something we really need to have as an absolute all the time. It really is there, right, to give people the opportunity to take part in democracy. It really is important, right, to give people the technology and the ability to actually be part of meetings. It really is important to support this, please. So thank you for all your contributions you make. Thank you all. Thank you.
Right, councillors, the future's in your hands. Let's go to the vote. Those for, green, those against, red, and those abstaining, amber, please. Thank you very much, councillors. That's passed with 41 for, 6 abstentions, 1 against. Thank you very much. Right, we now move on to 13E, formation of a working group to progress the opening of Plymouth Airport. Councillor Lugger, would you like to propose your motion?
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. Plymouth has a proud aviation history. Do you know, members, that the first Atlantic crossing landed in Plymouth Sound in 1919? The current airport site played a strategic part during the Second World War as RAF Robra, and the world's first airmail left off from Mountbatten. Now, as members are aware, the airport closed its doors in 2011 when the tenants served notice under Clause 1 of Schedule 7 of the airport lease, and the site has been mothballed ever since. Now, I'm delighted that the leader has announced his commitment to regaining possession of that site, and I'm sure he will do all in his good offices to expedite matters, assuming, of course, that the purpose and the motive
is a return of aviation to that site and not land grab for development purposes. I urge members today to support the motion before you. A city of this size needs an airport. Many businesses closed their doors when that airport shut, and many, many more businesses did not establish themselves in the city of Plymouth because of poor communications. Economic development very much depends on aviation being returned to that site. A city of this size needs connectivity with the country. A city of this size needs connectivity with the region. A city of this size needs connectivity with the continent at large. Now, members will know that in a recent Evening Herald oblique Plymouth Live poll, 90% of the people of Plymouth want the return of aviation to that site. Now, this motion is not a mandate for dogma. On the contrary, it's just asked to return to the system that was there before. Now, I have before me the land registry documents for the lease of the airport and the lease itself. Now, I have innumerable observations to make on this, but unfortunately, members today, I cannot go into this for legal reasons. So the motion before you is to form a cross-party working group alongside other stakeholders to further the reopening of this important aviation site. The group will consider all the matters I have mentioned here in the office copies, in conjunction with council officers and lawyers perhaps, to secure the return of the airport to public ownership, the freehold back to this city, so we can relaunch aviation on that site. I thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wakeham, I understand you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, my Lord Mayor. I will now, thank you. Well, all these years on, and we're still talking about the airport. It's still a hot topic of discussion no matter where you go in this city. And I know we've got a lot of support. You've heard how much support we have got from the snap poll that was taken. Now, I know we all share similar aspirations for our city. We want it to do well, and obviously we've got all of us, all different parties here have got different ideas of how we're going to achieve this. But this airport, and let us not forget this airport belongs to the people of Plymouth. It doesn't belong to the councillors, it doesn't belong to anybody here. So if we're listening to the people of Plymouth, then surely we must bring it back. And I would say that generations to come will never forgive us if we miss this golden opportunity. It is a jewel in the crown of Plymouth. I don't care what anybody says, it really is. And we certainly need to make sure that we right the wrongs of the past, because that's the way I and a lot of people see them. We're now looking at a great future for the city. Obviously, we've got the Marine Park and the Freeport coming in. You know, it's going to be fantastic. But we've still got poor infrastructure that leads to the city. Poor rail network, poor roads. And you know very well, if you're coming from London, or it's going to take 3 to 4 hours by train. If you're travelling by road, so many hold-ups these days on the motorways. So that is why we need this airport back. And executives who want to bring business down here don't want to spend half a day on the train or half a day on the road. They want to fly in and fly out the same day. And I think that's worth remembering. If we want to encourage business and investment more so, we've got to make sure that we've got the right connections. So what I'm saying also is, oh, by the way, and if we want an even better football team, and I know there are several of us here who are keen Argyle supporters, it would be great if we had an airport to be able to fly the players in and out. We'd have an even better team than what we've got now, and it would help the rest of the sporting teams, of course. Well, what we're doing now also is to look at a new generation of aircraft. It's not the old Dash 7 or the Twin Otters that we've heard revving up early in the mornings and upsetting all the neighbours in the locality. These aircraft that are being developed now, the most noise you'll hear from them are the turboprops or whatever they might be powered by. And that's very quiet in comparison with the old technology. So we must make sure that if we're going to encourage the people of Plymouth to get this underway, that we bring them all with us by stating this fact, because I think it's a very important fact. So it's going to be a quiet technology. Now, it's a case of, I don't want us to see this council or anybody else agreeing to sell off the family silver. It is such an important time for us. We have to get this right. So I would say to you that I'm proud to second Councillor Lugger's motion and the Conservative motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wakeham. Councillor Evans.
Lord Mayor, just under advisement, I wish to respond, obviously, but I do have an amendment that I wish to move. Am I allowed to make the amendment at the end of my contribution, or do I need to do it now? I mean, I could have given it to somebody before the meeting started, of course. That's the new regulation in here, isn't it?
Do both.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So it's acceptable to have the speech, move your amendment. That's your speech on the amendment. You'll be able to sum up and then be able to contribute to the substantive later.
Marvellous. Super. Okay, well, Lord Mayor, one of my favourite anecdotes is the legendary broadcaster Nigel Farage, who was on a phone-in, and somebody rang into the phone-in and said, "Oh, I must admit, I'm a great admirer of you, Mr. Farage. I think you're absolutely fantastic. And I believe everything you say about Brexit. I think you're right. I think you're a genius." And the bloke said, and Farage says this bloke, "Well, what was the great moment that led you to that?" Because the guy had confessed he was previously an ardent Remainer. He said, "I got kicked in the head by a horse." And I think something like that's happened here, hasn't it? Because I could have sworn in August 2011 that the people who decided to close, that the airport could close, were the Conservatives. I am right in that regard, aren't I? The Conservatives ran the cabinet, had the portfolios, and they run the council. How many of you were actually party to that decision? How many of us in this chamber? There is only one member of this council that actually voted to allow Sutton Harbour to close the airport. Do you know who that was?
Yeah.
Stephen Ricketts. He was the Conservative, the only remaining Conservative that voted to allow Sutton Harbour to close the airport. That decision was made by a cabinet of Conservatives, did not come before this council. This council never had a vote into whether Sutton Harbour, under the terms of the lease, should have been allowed to close it. And for you to be coming here today and standing and posing there as the champions of aviation in this city, when it was your party that closed it, and you could have stopped it, and you didn't. Ted Fry gave the reason for the closure at that time. He didn't use any of the arguments that you deployed today, Councillor Lugger. He didn't put forward any of the facts and figures that Bill Wakeham raised today. No, they allowed Sutton Harbour to close the airport. And I say to you, for the last 11, 12 years, you have pretended to the public, to the Friends of Plymouth Airport, to the Evening Herald, and to all the local radio and media that somehow it was nothing to do with you and it was everything to do with Labour. Now, I am just pointing out to you today, on the record, it was closed by Sutton Harbour because the Conservatives said they could. This motion today, I'm all for cross-party working, but my amendment, which I am about to move, Lord Mayor, says we'll have a cross-party discussion about it, but when we've acquired the land. Because this motion today from Councillor Lugger demonstrates that while we're in discussions with Sutton Harbour about getting the lease back, this kind of naked grandstanding by people who actually were responsible for closing the airport will jeopardise this council's ability to get the land back. We can have all the aspirations in the world about how that airport land will be used in the future, but we can do nothing until we acquire the land. Land that you allowed, you Conservatives allowed to fall away from aviation. And I condemn you for it then, I condemn you for it now, and the time for your politicking on this issue is over. It's too important for every time there's an election for the Conservatives to run the flag of the airport up. They've had 2 years when they were in power. Did they do anything? The last 2 years. The 2 years before that, when they were in power, did they do anything about it? No. They use it as a political football to try and get themselves elected. And I'm saying to you now, the days of that are over. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
My Lord Mayor, would you entertain a 5-minute break to discuss this motion?
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lugger, I'll suggest 10 minutes, and that way we don't have to have a comfort break as well.
Join us, Councillor Evans.
Councillors, we'll give them 60 seconds. Thereafter,
My Lord Mayor, I crave your indulgence. Absolutely. Do you all have a good time? Excellent. Providing, of course, this is a genuine attempt to involve us in the decision-making process.
Councillors, we have an amendment. We're just about to second that amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Lowry.
Lord Mayor, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry? Thank you very much. Councillors, does anybody wishes to address the amendment? Councillor Lugger, then Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As I said, provided this is a genuine olive branch to invite us into the negotiations on this important point for the City of Plymouth, we will accept this amendment.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Well, Councillor Evans, you nearly had a standing ovation from me. That was absolute magic, seeing you completely on form and being your true, wonderful self. I stand here, obviously, today to support the amendment, 100%, because I remember the Conservatives shutting the airport. I remember Councillor Bowyer and Councillor... No, she was Pengelly. No, it was Fry, Councillor Fry, because I asked a question as a civilian. And then I came in a few months later and presented the petition to Councillor Evans. And I know how hard Councillor Evans worked to try and keep the airport, to try and get it back, because the officers have told me since. So I know his heart is in the right place. I'm astounded that the Conservative group have actually brought this forward and haven't even spoken to me about the history, some of which is rather jaded from their sort of blue opinion. I mean, fully electric vehicles, aircraft, passengers, aircraft, that won't be available for at least another 8 years. It's still in development, but it will come, Councillor Wakeham, it will come eventually. The airport is the largest strategic asset this city has, and it's criminal that it was given originally to a property developer. And I'm so pleased. I mean, one thing I will say is what I have seen over the past sort of 9-10 years as a councillor is report after report after report wasting public funding to commission another report. And even Councillor Bingley stood up quite recently. He said, I'm commissioning another report. I'm sorry, Councillor Bingley, why didn't you read the last ones that all said that the airport should be brought back? It could be viable, it could be amazing, it could be incredible. So I have full faith that Councillor Evans will reinstate our airport, get the land back, give it back to the people of Plymouth. Thank you, Councillor Evans, bring it on. I fully support this amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. Councillor Lowry, would you like to speak?
Just two very small observations, because great believer in getting the record straight. There was some reference to a vote of some sort online. There were, in fact, 295 people who took part in that vote, and 264 wanted the airport open. And I'm assuming that everybody in this chamber wants this airport open, as do I, and as do the Labour group in its totality. I would have also liked, Lord Mayor, for some contribution from the Green Party in respect to this item, because I'm fully aware that in respect to the Green Party, they are not in support of general aviation in this city. So it would have been nice to hear from them, noting that particularly with respect to carbon neutrality, the biggest reduction this city's seen and its carbon footprint was in respect to the closure of the airport. So I would have assumed the Green Party would have a view on this situation, and I'm disappointed to see they've not took part in this debate. Other than that, there's very little I can add in respect of this item other than what's already been said by Councillor Evan. I look forward to his summing up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Councillor Evans.
Well, there's not a lot to add, is there? Except, like I say, I've got quite a bit of, I don't know what the word is. I think it might be hate in my heart over the way the airport debate's been conducted these last 12 years. There's a lot of unnecessary stuff being pushed my way as a result of the debates we've had in the airport, when actually all I did was to save the airport and to give the opportunity for planes to fly in and out of Plymouth. But, you know, all things being equal, for industrial development purposes, you know, having an airport's a useful thing to have. It's right up there with shopping facilities, housing, skills, sites and premises, location of golf clubs. It's one of those things that if you're going to try and attract investment, it's best to have. And you knew this when you closed the airport. You knew when you closed that airport that you were disadvantaging Plymouth when you did that. You knew that to be the case because officers of this council had been telling members like me for years that having an airport was a really good thing to have for industrial development. You knew that, and you still did it. And you know, to this day, I really do not understand why. I do not, to this day, understand why you did not put that question to the rest of your colleagues on the council, and you did not put it to the whole of the councils. Can I tell you this? If it had come to the council that day, we'd have voted to keep the airport open because we believed at that time that the airport was a vital cog in our industrial strategy. Now, we've had to manage for the last 12 years without it, and I love the idea. Ted Fry promised 12 years ago that the Conservatives were going to fight for more rail services to and from Plymouth. I think I'm right in saying that not a lot has happened there as a result of the Conservative Party. What I do say, though, is that connectivity to and from the city continues to be a worry, continues to be important that we keep lobbying and keep the pressure on whichever government is in power, and we will do that. But I wanted to say one more time today, you closed the airport, it did damage to Plymouth's economy, and I will never forgive you.
Councillors, we now go to the vote. On the amendment, those for the amendment, green, those against the amendment in red, and those who wish to abstain in amber. Councillor, the motion was passed, 47, 2 abstentions. Right, we now go back to the substantive, but I believe that Councillor Poyser wishes to speak upon. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, here we are debating the airport after many years of closure, and both the main parties either side here have flip-flopped like a hot potato. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on in this working group. Who's actually going to hold it at any point? Who knows? Is anyone going to make a decision about what happens at that airport? I mean, we're not even getting from Tudor Evans here, Councillor Evans, about whether he's got any commitment to commercial aviation at that site. It's just pure words. And we talk about executive use, aviation executive use from Councillor Wakeham. No commitment. What are we really going to use this site for the benefit of the many in this city? Really? Yeah? And the moment that airport shut, we should have started talking seriously about sustainable travel to and from this city. As Councillor Evans just said, investment in our railways, electrification of our railways. Only last council meeting, we turned down a motion for investment in rail infrastructure, which was disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. So, I'm here waiting for one of these parties to make a real decision about what we do with that site. And it shouldn't be aviation. It should be housing, yeah. It should be possibly parks. It should be green energy. It should not be aviation. And I stand here today saying it will not be aviation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there any other councillor that would like to speak? Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I didn't really intend to speak, but I think on the basis of Councillor Poyser's contribution, having been encouraged to speak by Councillor Lowry, I think is an interesting point in city politics, that actually there are political parties, or certainly one political party in Plymouth, that doesn't want to see an airport, which is significant, because generally members who have been elected to this authority have seen the common good that an aviation offer for Plymouth would have. And I think it's important that the public recognise that there are choices, because all members of this council should be concerned. Having been the cabinet member at the time that succeeded Councillor Coker to take the joint local plan through the public inquiry, it ultimately will be a government inspector. So I think we're deluding ourselves if members think, whether you're the leader of the council or not, that you'll, by the time, we're in September now, by the time we get well into the review of the joint local plan, that there'll be elected members deciding the fate, potentially, of that site. Certainly, it's the added complication of a public inquiry on the review of the joint local plan is a massive issue facing the future of the airport site. I am disappointed, very disappointed, that in the 5 years, by the time we get there, that the then government inspectors gave us to bring about an aviation use, we're still waiting for that to happen. So we are walking into a situation that's very complicated, but ultimately Plymouth potentially could be worse off for. And all I would hope through you, Lord Mayor, that the leader of the council do everything he possibly can, using the legal mechanisms of the lease, indeed also looking at powers of compulsory purchase to actually overcome the impasse, because time's running out, and the opportunity for this city, of which I'm born and bred, to have even an option of an airport will have been lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Points well put. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Lugger, would you like to sum up?
I thank you, Lord Mayor. Some of the comments, members, from across the chamber today have left me absolutely incredulous. There is nobody on these benches that remembered the airport motion at the time in 2011. So to actually point your finger at us and say, you did it, we certainly did not. But what is more to the point, my Lord Mayor, what is more to the point, it was a Labour administration who granted that lease in 2004 to a company with absolutely no aviation experience. Plenty of experience at land development, plenty of experience at property, but absolutely not experience of aviation. Oh, what happened? Oh, it failed 7 years after the event.
Lord Mayor, sorry, will Councillor Lugger take a point of order,
No, I will
please?
not take an interjection from you, I'm afraid. Sorry, no. Now, back to the manifesto. There is 3 election pledges where the Conservatives have been committed to regaining control of that site. 3 manifestos.
Lord Mayor, can I make a point of order, please?
Councillor Beer, can you tell me what your point of order is, please?
Yes, Councillor Lugger is misleading the council because actually Councillor Mahoney was here in 2011 and was part of that decision.
Yeah, I hear your comments, Councillor Beer, but that's actually not a point of order. It needs to be a breach.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, he did actually say that no one on these benches were here at that time, and that's not true.
Yeah, but that's not a breach of the rules or the regulations, I'm afraid. But I do hear your point. Councillor Lugger, would you like to recommence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to address Councillor Beer's concerns, well, yes, certainly Councillor Mahoney wasn't in the cabinet at the time, but he certainly was on the benches. But you were involved at that time. Were you or were you not? Now, back to the manifesto. Yes, it certainly is. It certainly is in the Conservative manifesto for 3 election pledges, and it was not in the Labour manifesto, and nor is it in the Plymouth report either. And here is the punchline, my Lord Mayor. If the Labour Party were that passionate about it, under Clause 10 of Schedule 7 of the lease, they could have had the airport back at any time. They could have done it in 2012 when they were elected. They could have done it in 2018 when they were elected. They chose not to do it. Now, a city with 265,000 inhabitants and no aviation is a seeming paradox. Both the emergency services and the military have difficulties landing here. Even the Royal Helicopter had problems landing here. We need this site back, and my motion is straightforward. Please support it. It's the only chance of getting aviation back to this city. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can we move to the vote?
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger, for your very passionate speech there. Councillors, we now move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please press green. As amended. Those against, red, and those abstaining. Thank you, councillors. That's passed. 47 for and 2 against. Thank you very much. Councillors, we now move. Councillors, I'd like to move an extension past 7:30. We'll do it by hand, show of hands. All those for? Any against? Carried. Right, moving forward. Motion on notice 13F, recognising the importance of outdoor play in child development and the need for a citywide play strategy. Councillor McKay, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe there's an amendment to it that I'm happy to accept as is.
Through you, Lord Mayor. If that's the case, we'll circulate an amendment. It can be moved as amended. If you just give us a few moments, we'll circulate those papers now.
Councillors, do we need a 5-minute recess? Good. Councillor Macleay, are you happy to move the amendment, the motion as amended? Has it? Brilliant. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sudan for her amendment and the amendment of the Labour Party group. I think that's an excellent example of cross-party working, and I really welcome it. So when I think of play parks, I'm transported back to simpler times before sore feet and high heels for 8 hours a day. I think of Grey's knees, crustless sandwiches, of soaring through the air on swings, finding fast friends, and cheeks rosy from running around in the nippy chill of the Scottish air. Play parks instilled me with a love of nature and being outside that endures to this day. I'm sure members across the chamber will have similar cherished memories of their favourite play parks, and for some, even seeing their children and grandchildren take on the challenge of their first slide or trying out the big kid swings. While there's no denying their fun, the benefits of play parks stretch far beyond the grins and giggles of making new friends and creating incredible worlds of adventure. Play is serious business. Playgrounds are vital for the growth and development of children. Cognitive learning, physical development, and social growth are just some of the outstanding benefits of outdoor play. We know that young people in Plymouth are spending less time outside, less time interacting with nature, and less time exercising. Play parks are an early defence system, building positive habits that can endure long into adulthood. In our local plan, we state our commitment for making Plymouth a great place to grow up and grow old. I believe a strategy for play is central to delivering this. We know that previous legacy schemes, such as improving Plymouth Play and improving outdoor play programmes, it's a lot of play, enjoyed great success. And with local government budgets under ever-growing strain, it's often provisions like these that are the first to become underfunded. A dedicated play strategy would help make Plymouth's bids for outside investment much more attractive. To add some extra colour to this motion and explain why I'm bringing it to the Chamber today, ahead of Section 106 funding being released for a new play park in Redwood Heights, I was conducting a survey with Chadderwood residents about play provision in my ward. I got speaking to a woman around my age with 2 young children, and after some debate whether swings or roundabouts were better, it's definitely swings in my opinion, our conversation turned to larger discussions about the world that we want to create and leave for our children and the next generation. We discussed the cost of living, house prices, dentistry, and then came on to the topic of mental health. She shared that while she was experiencing postpartum depression after the birth of her second child, play parks were where she found support, friendship, and understanding from fellow parents. It's clear that play parks are near and dear to children. However, their importance as community assets for all ages and for uses beyond simply play is also abundantly clear. As Councillor Bryersdale highlighted earlier, our parks team just won an award last week. Whenever I've spoken to officers in that service, I've been absolutely blown away by their passion for the work that they do, and I hope that this motion and resulting strategy will only seek to galvanise this work further. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Poyser, I gather you're seconding this motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'll speak now if that's okay. Sadly, we've seen investment in youth provision across the country plundered under austerity. So in part, it's time that we set that right by reaffirming our commitment to investing in play parks for the benefit of young people and families. In recent years, the Council has made tranches of play park investment across the backdrop of budget pressures. However, I'm concerned for future provision of our play parks. And without a guided strategy underpinned by the Council's approach, I'm less optimistic. The benefits of a strategy are numerous. Provide a clear vision for play parks and how they can be designed, capture the voice of young people and families through consultation, outwardly promote our visions of communities and funders to attract much needed investment. Set aside a citywide investment for existing and new play parks where funding allows. The benefits of investing in play parks will also help improve physical and mental health for young people, support inclusive play for everyone, build a sense of community where families and children can share time together, promote interactive and creative educational play. Play parks designed to connect young people with nature have huge benefits in promoting ecological consciousness. We know that connecting people and nature leads to greater appreciation of the biosphere and awareness and understanding of environmental issues. This in turn increases the likelihood of young people and their families taking steps to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. In progressing plans, the Council has built a wealth of experience and knowledge and members in operating within this field. So we're confident that given support and resource, the Council can further progress these strategies through the Plymouth Plan and what works best for young people within the city. In fact, it would surprise me even if this hasn't already started to make some progress within the current administration. As highlighted by Lauren, investing in inclusive outdoor play parks in our city will bring a multitude of social and environmental benefits for young people. Laura and I really do look forward to working cross-party on modern approaches for outdoor play and innovative approaches to securing funding across our local communities. Like Lauren, I hope this motion receives support across the Chamber so we can look forward to delivering play strategy for young people in the short, medium and long term. I hereby second this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bryce-Delve. Okay, Councillor Dan.
Sorry, it makes more sense if I speak first. I might not make sense, but you never know. Can I just say thank you very much for accepting the amendment. So what I'm going to now is talk to the amendment and just explain to people how we got there. We totally agree with the sentiment of the motion. Play is essential for a child's development. Play spaces, play parks, green spaces, nature reserves, all linked directly to a healthy and active life. So why have we amended? You could think that we didn't have a play strategy, but we do. We've got the Plymouth Plan, GR06, which states what we want from our parks. And also, when we had our original JLP, there was the Plymouth Play Assessment, which evidenced all the information that went into our JLP plan, and it really, really was well evidenced. It recommended the key principles and the standards for delivering high quality and accessible play networks that support the healthy development of children and young people. But we are also aware as administration of the need to reassess. And Councillor Bryce-Delve later will allude to this, and Councillor Coker is going to explain how a full review and assessment of the play strategy can take place. We do think it's best to have and work within a framework. And if we use one that the Council is already using, the impact can be maximised. A strategy can sit on a shelf. A planning statement, a supplementary planning document, can be used not only to influence, but also gives the delegated authority to enforce, to attract funds such as Section 106 and other support grant applications. We also felt when we were reading it that the review should be wider than play. We've done a lot as a council promoting our green and blue spaces. The council's working with Lidwell on the health agenda through the Cities Active to Thrive programme. We work with partners such as Plymouth Active Leisure, Plymouth Argyle Community Trust, YMCA, Marjons, Mountbatten, and many other community-based partners to increase community and young people's access to sporting facilities and minds. We've been working so that young people can appreciate open spaces, and also in future they'll be working on projects within the National Marine Park to increase access to the water. I think it's really important to say that following COVID, we know that mental health and well-being for everyone, but particularly children, is directly linked to access to open spaces, and play spaces are an important part of that agenda. And I think you only have to look at the recent success of the Fit and Fed programme, which was delivered in deprived wards and others across the city, to show the level of engagement that we can have with communities. We also just wanted to look as well at increasing the diversity, because we know that legislation has changed and regulations have changed, and we want to look at our play spaces and play parks to give wider opportunities and offer more diversity for more inclusive play. You have highlighted quite rightly the number of parks we have, but under the previous administration, there is very, very little left in the current budget for play spaces, and there's no long-term plan for our parks, which is a shame, because I do know that under previous Labour administrations, we had long-term investment plans. So we've already started to look at our assessment of our current play spaces and parks using a recognised Play England tool, which looks at suitability of the location, the play value of the area, and what the care and maintenance looks like afterwards. It's also really important to say that we do listen to children's voices. We always work with local communities where we can, local schools as well, using modern appreciative inquiry techniques so we can really listen to what the children want and are saying. So I think just by explaining that, you can see that we agree with the sentiment of the motion, but we're just putting a little bit more strategy and policy around it so that when we look forward to reviewing it as part of the Plymouth plan, we know what we're looking at. And thank you very much for accepting the amendment. I move. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bryansdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillors Maclay and Poyser for bringing this motion to full council, and I do really welcome the spirits of your well-considered speeches. However, in order to improve the council's approach, I think it's really important that this debate is rooted in what the council already does, and I want to give a little bit of further clarification around that. So play parks understandably mean so much to our communities, and I'd like to begin there. Plymouth has over 125 play parks, and we certainly don't take them for granted. The council has invested over £2.5 million in looking after them over the last 5 years, plus a separate £400,000 project in our iconic Central Park. This has followed a clear strategy, where possible prioritising investment in play spaces assessed as poorer quality, whilst maintaining our most cherished high quality play spaces and promoting inclusive play for a range of ages and abilities in our near green spaces. I welcome that now in its amended form, this motion recognises inclusivity as an important aspect. The improvements have been delivered in 3 phases, and we're not stopping there. We're continuing to deliver further improvements, recently Patterson Drive in Moorview Ward, which I believe Councillor Noble will be touching upon, and we're soon to deliver more improvements at Victoria Park on the border of North Stonehouse and Millbridge, and Redwood Drive in Plympton. The motion mentions opening up external funding sources. Thankfully, our Parks team have a good track record of doing this, having recently accessed £860,000 of external funding, including Section 106 funds, which have allocated investment where geographically applicable. However, spending other people's money is always nice, so if the Green Group are aware of further national pots for play equipment, please feel free to let us know. We're all ears. The motion concludes with the importance of consultation with families, and of course, like Councillor Dan has already alluded to, we're very much in agreement there. Our Parks team have used the following approaches to ensure that young people and local residents are at the heart of recent park improvements: on-site discussions and events, posters and social media, visits to schools, visits to youth groups, visits to local organisations such as PCH, Neighbourhood Watch, and perhaps most familiar to you both, the Plympton podcast. Listening to feedback is a fundamental part of the Labour administration's corporate plan, and I'll continue to make sure that we're striving to improve those processes. I've personally learnt a lot about play and parks this year. As a ward councillor, we all try to engage regularly with local friends groups, and all around Stoke Ward, we're lucky to have volunteers who dedicate a huge amount of time and energy to our parks. We've got Devonport, Blockhouse, Victoria, St Leven, and even the newly reinvigorated Paradise Field has a friends group. Without volunteers like them, there's no way we'd have 8 parks across Plymouth commended with the prestigious green flag this year. As the Cabinet Member for the Environment, I've organised meetings about driving forward our citywide vision for developing Plymouth parks, including one last month where Councillor Dan and I had already asked officers to review the condition of Plymouth's play spaces to inform future interventions. I've also been working with colleagues on one of the most ambitious new play spaces that I think it's fair to say this city has seen for some time. But I've also picked up a lot when I'm not here in the council house stuck in meetings. I've learned most of all from my own 2-year-old daughter. As a dad, I spend my spare time exploring local playgrounds with her, but also playing creatively in Plymouth's wider green and blue spaces. In fact, she's reminded me time after time that sometimes the most exciting opportunities for play aren't just on traditional council-installed play park equipment, but it could be skimming pebbles off Firestone Bay or reenacting a section of the Gruffalo in Ham Woods. So we're also working hard on channeling millions of pounds into partnership projects like Plymouth Natural Grid, the National Marine Park and Poole Farm, all of which are very much rooted in the importance of families playing in nature, which we believe is essential for their health and well-being. Play isn't just about play parks, nor is it about just physical areas under my environment portfolio, which is why as a Labour cabinet, we're already collaborating on this topic in a cross-cutting way. Councillor Cresswell's experience in childhood development has informed this. Councillor Dan's interest in play's relationship with sports, leisure and health outcomes, and Councillor Coker's impressive knowledge on how to strengthen the future of play in strategic planning documents. We meant it when we said that we want Plymouth to be a great place to grow up in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Noble.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wish to speak in support of the motion as amended. As councillors, we all bring experience from the jobs and the roles we've fulfilled. And play, as we've heard, is an important part of a child's learning and development. And for a number of years, I worked as a play worker at a centre for children with special needs. Our motto was, "We can do it." And it was through play that we encouraged children to try new things, take their turn, have fun, listen, make friends, have their say, and let off steam. On longer sessions, such as play schemes, we often organise trips out. Everything from boisterous games of football to sensory treasure hunts, collecting leaves and feathers, using play to help children explore their environment. Although we are fortunate to have many outdoor spaces here in Plymouth, these are not always easy for children with additional needs to explore. So I'm pleased that the amendment proposed adds a focus on inclusive and accessible play. Recent figures suggest 11% of children in the UK are disabled, and last year SCOPE, the National Disability Rights and Equality charity, carried out research as part of their Let's Play Fair campaign. The survey found half of parents with disabled children said there is some accessibility problem with their local playground, with 1 in 7 reporting they could not enjoy the playground as a family because siblings were unable to play together. The roots of the Let's Play Fair campaign can be traced to Plymouth. It started with local parent Stacey Drake, frustrated that children, such as her son, couldn't play with friends and peers. She started an online campaign and was soon inundated with messages of support. Stacey said, "I think everyone would agree all children, regardless of their needs, should benefit from having as much equal opportunity to play alongside, explore with peers in an outdoor environment." Working towards this aim, council officers worked with Stacey, who visited 98 of the play parks in our city. And a good example of how this work was put to good use, put to practice, is the recently completed improvements in Patterson Drive Play Park in my ward. The play park in Maidstone was last updated some years ago. Several pieces of equipment were at the end of their life, and wooden banking and bark areas had become rotten. Officers worked with Stacey and other parents to research new pieces of accessible equipment. Local children were asked what they wanted to see in their parks, and several proposals were worked up to illustrate what could be built within budget. I remember meeting Stacey and other local residents eager to see the plans for the park. Many came despite the drizzle, and officers listened to local children and families. Several children asked for a new basketball hoop positioned uphill from the bushes so their ball wouldn't roll away. Several younger children said the spinners were their favourite pieces of equipment. A poll of children revealed less popular features such as a sand pit and a tyre swing, the space of which could be used for the new accessible equipment. The most popular design included 4 new pieces of equipment, including multi-spinner, a basket swing, a ground level trampoline, and an interactive play panel. Another suggestion was to brighten up the park by painting the wall, which was prepared by the probation service and decorated with a mural by Plymouth Artists Together. My ward colleague, Councillor Gilmore, has helped varnish and protect the work and is working to plan murals to brighten up other play spaces around our ward. Since the work completed in the summer, the park has been more popular than ever and was named the area's most popular park in a poll I conducted for Love Parks Week in August. It's not just about removing barriers, but introducing opportunities for play that ensures...
Councillor, can I ask you to finish off, please?
That ensures all abilities and ages are included. The work delivered this summer under a Labour administration shows we can do it, and with the added focus of the amendment, I know we will continue to listen and include local residents and work towards making more play areas spaces children truly enjoy and fully engage in.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I believe that that is your maiden speech. Well done. Thank you. Councillor Natalie Howson, please.
As a strong advocate for play, I welcome the motion on notice by Councillor Macleay and the amendment by Councillor Dan to recognise the importance of outdoor play for children's overall development. Outdoor play, as Councillor Dan has said, is not just about play parks though, but other blue and green spaces. Following the 2008 National Play Strategy, providing funding to create safe, welcoming and important free places to play in every residential community is really important. This aligns with the early years foundation stage, which we spoke about earlier in a previous motion, which also puts personal and social development, physical play and communication as prime areas and vital for children's progression. Plymouth has a history of supporting play in the city, but sadly also a history of having a yo-yo effect, such as with the removal of the Play Development Unit many years ago, which some of you may remember. In recent years, there have been a series of improvements made to play facilities in Plymouth. The Improving Play programme in 2018 used Section 106 money to create play parks in Redwood Drive in Plympton, Victoria Park and Honicknall Green, amongst others. In 2020, further play park refurbishment occurred, and in Plympton, local Conservative councillors contributed funding towards play parks, including Borringdon, Newnham Meadows and St Mary's over the past years, as well as many other areas across the city, with councillors supporting. I agree with Councillor Dan's amendment that maintenance is important. Some play areas built through Section 106 are not maintained effectively, and some are still under the auspices of the developers, which means that nothing gets done to improve them. The Plymouth Plan 2014 to 2034 talks about a plan for sport, and although Councillor Dan has spoken about a plan for play, it is limited. The opportunity for free chosen play is vital for all children and young people. Play England produced a report earlier this year on children's mental health and play. Latest figures show that children from disadvantaged backgrounds who are facing additional pressures from the cost of living crisis are more likely to have mental health difficulties. Play can offer a vital release to express emotions, with adventurous play giving the chance to learn about coping with difficulties and building resilience. Positive adult role models are also a key aspect, of course, and these can help with prevention of mental health difficulties in the first place, as well as supporting those who are already experiencing them. The provision for play has been included in the city centre redesign. It is important that this still happens with whatever the new design looks like. However, the Play Day survey of 2022 found that children want to spend more time in their local areas, but are frequently given the message that their play is not welcome. This needs to change, play needs to be valued. As was Councillor Noble has so eloquently said, it's important that that play is inclusive and accessible to all, and I've had many residents say that to me with some play park designs that were put in before I became a councillor. So opportunities for this need to be near to home. I welcome a development of and review of a play strategy, but this needs not to be tokenistic, and therefore a January 2024 publish date may be unrealistic and may need to be looked at, particularly if we're going to go through this rather than it just being through the motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And like everybody else that's spoken this evening, it's good to be able to talk about this, and it's good to be able to raise something which we all know is important to residents right across our wards. And as we've described, we've got some fantastic facilities in the city, but it is a bit like painting the Humber Bridge, isn't it? That the kind of maintenance work is ongoing. Yet I do think it's incumbent on us to challenge the process from time to time, as we're suggesting today, because ultimately play parks are a bit of a flagship for our communities, and if they feel unloved and need a bit of TLC, it kind of implies that the whole area needs that. And 9 times out of 10, that's not going to be the case, but people often use it as a little bit of a mirror to see what's going on in that local community. So just 2 or 3 quick things I want to mention. I'm particularly pleased that we've linked this again to the Plymouth Plan Review. I certainly have been very frustrated as a councillor where a huge estate was developed through planning way before I was elected, with the fact that play equipment was at phase 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, and there is still no play equipment in Saltram Meadow, and yet there are thousands of people living there, and that breaks my heart for those families, because their nearest play park is across Billicombe Road, right up a hill, and it's not actually that big. So I would love to see us collaboratively work to ensure that we don't end up with situations like that again. Now, I realise partly that's about councillors lobbying at the time, but I would love it if we can do whatever we can within that joint local plan review to ensure that, irrespective of what lobbying goes on, we've got the policy to make sure that our play equipment in new builds is put in much earlier to build those communities. The mention of health, sport and education is good. I've spent the last 5 years working with a particular parent who's passionate about seeing a pump track built in the city, and I know the planning team know that I've been really passionate about this. We found a location and then it didn't work, or it wasn't taken forward. We're one of the kind of biggest cities and towns even in the southwest that doesn't have one, and if we want to see young people experiencing and being able to gain cycling skills that doesn't rip up our woods and our brown and green spaces as well, we need to be able to look at a site for that. And I know I've worked hard with the team in the planning department to look at that, and I think part of the Plymouth Plan Review would enable us that opportunity again. Where could we stick what would be a really well-used resource for families and young people, and probably adults too? Something along the lines of the Central Park skate park, but specifically for bikes. And just finally, I want to just remind us all that we don't have to wait until this comes out to see some improvements taking place. I think we've all been contacted by the Community Payback Scheme, where probation will provide people power, to go in and do projects, and I've been working with them to look at whether we can give some TLC. So we're not talking about a redesign, we're not talking about a new park, but just paint and do up some of the smaller local parks in our communities where the funding might not exist at the moment to do a wholesale replacement. And my plea to the administration is that we just unlock the levers that need to be done to make sure that our teams can facilitate that, so that as councillors we can provide the funding through community grant, but get those projects up and running, where a bit of paint and some new bark or whatever it might take will actually show our communities that we are as interested in where their young people get to grow up as they might be. So I welcome this amendment and the motion itself this evening, and will be supporting it. But I think we've got some great opportunities here, and I, for one, will be working really hard to make sure we see it delivered. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Lowry's just said, don't mute yourself. So I want to follow on from
Councillor Smith, really. I think one of the reasons that we work together on this is because we've got two award-winning plans in the Plymouth plan and the joint local plan. The Plymouth plan is coming up for renewal very quickly, and one of the areas that we got recognised was how we communicated and took feedback from our residents. So I think having the opportunity to review the Plymouth plan first, followed by the joint local plan, and actually also review our supplementary planning documents in response to play space, open space. I agree, Councillor Smith, that we need to be looking at developers and what goes on. So I thank our two Green councillors for taking our amendment. We feel that we've strengthened what you've asked for, and that as we go forward with the Plymouth Plan review and the joint local plan review, the more feedback that we get can actually fit into our SPDs, and actually then we can all achieve what we wanted. So I just wanted to say thank you for taking our amendment in the spirit that we meant it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Right, so it's over to Councillor Macleay to conclude.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome contributions from all members across the chamber today. Your contributions were really valued and very much, I am so tired, it's been a long day. Your contributions were very welcomed and very much valued. I also too want to extend a special thanks to Councillor Noble for his lovely contribution and a wonderful maiden speech as well. I'm not going to take too much longer because I think we've reached a consensus, so thank you all.
Thank you very much, councillors. We now go to the votes. Those in support, green, those against in red, and those abstaining in amber, please. That was voted for 43 and none against and none abstentions. Right, we now move on to motion 13G, council tax exemption for foster carers. Councillor Carlyle, would you like to propose your motion?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I was pressing the wrong button. Apologies for that. Thank you, Councillor Smith. So, as you can see, what we're proposing is to give council tax exemption for our Plymouth City Council foster carers. And I'd like to reiterate that it's for the Plymouth City Council foster carers. When I was fortunate enough to have the portfolio this time last year, we knew that one of the things that came up was that we had a very low recruitment for our own Plymouth City Council foster carers. I used to work in sales. So naturally, I work in marketing, I work in sales. That's kind of where my mind sometimes goes to, especially when you hear that you've got a problem. And in sales, we have something that we always look for, which is called the USP, which is the unique selling point. So we all started thinking, this time last year, what could that be? Now, before I go into that, the main thing is our foster carers, like all the foster carers across the city, whether they be with an agency or with Plymouth City Council, do an excellent job. They offer our children stability and give them a solid base in quite often turbulent times for them. But we know the cost of living crisis has hit them just as hard as it has anyone else. Councillor Lang and myself, we have regular meetings with young people, and one of the stories that came up from that and then got brought forward to corporate parenting was one of our young people who was concerned that their foster carers wouldn't be able to afford to look after them properly because of the cost of living crisis. Now, our looked after children and young people have a lot to deal with in the first place. That's not something that they should have to be taken into consideration. So bringing it back to the USP, the unique selling point, something that we were thinking of again last year, what can we as a council offer to our Plymouth City Council foster carers? What we were thinking is council tax relief when you become a Plymouth City Council foster carer. It's not only financially beneficial for our foster carers, but it's also something that we as a council can offer them exclusively, as well as the excellent support and advice that they get from our officers. By having more foster carers working for Plymouth City Council, we can create more secure homes for our looked after children. We have less need for bespoke care arrangements and, more importantly, stability for everyone. And again, let me be clear, because we had reports this morning that something got misconstrued yesterday at the Seafest randomly. This is for Plymouth City Council foster carers that we are trying to do to create an exclusive benefit and to show our commitment to them as our employees and to future employees who sign up to become Plymouth City Council foster carers. Obviously, the dream would be to offer our foster carers more, to be able to give them far more benefits than we can, to give all our foster carers, regardless of time of care, free council tax. But in this motion, we decided to get the ball rolling by limiting it to a minimum amount of days, just to encourage longer-term foster care and to make maybe more financial fiscal sense in light of the council's budget constraints, potentially. So here I stand before you and I urge you all as corporate parents to please support this motion and help us increase our foster carers for Plymouth City Council, to support our current foster carers and to create more stability for our children and young people. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Darcy, I understand that you're seconding the report?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to move that this motion is referred to the Education and Children's Social Care Scrutiny Committee.
Have you a seconder, Councillor Lang? Councillor Lowry.
Do we speak now, Lord Mayor, or not on a deferral? This is somewhat new before I explain.
Would Councillor Lang like to speak now?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I should explain, as Councillor Carlisle said, we normally work quite cooperatively on matters around children's social care. So I'm a bit disappointed she didn't come to me with this motion to discuss it before submitting it. I guess part of me also did wonder why this was never proposed during the very recent 2-year Conservative leadership of this council. All that aside, if Councillor Carlisle had brought it to me, I could have told her that this issue has been the subject of discussion with Councillor Lowry and officers since we took control in May. Furthermore, we are expanding those discussions to look at a wholesale review of the kind of package that we offer to our in-house foster carers. I'd like to make it clear and echo Councillor Carlisle's comments. We have excellent foster carers looking after our children, whether they are in-house or working with independent fostering agencies. And we really value what they do to support our children and young people. But it is a simple fact that placing our children with independent foster carers costs the council a great deal more. With the extraordinary budgetary pressures local councils are facing, we need to redouble our efforts to attract more foster carers to choose to work with Plymouth City Council instead of independent fostering agencies. One really effective way of doing that is making Plymouth City Council's fostering service, Foster for Plymouth, the first choice for foster carers. And work on how to do this has been a priority since the new administration took over in May 2023. Now, we will always need independent foster carers, but growing our in-house foster provision is the nut that we really need to crack, and I make no apology for that. And that is why I am referring this motion and the issue of council tax relief as part of a wider review of what we offer to foster carers to the Education and Children's Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Does Councillor Lowry wish to speak now, or?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. The reason I'm supportive of the deferral on this occasion is because, like Councillor Lang suggested, this is quite a bit more complex than people might think. If it were that easy, we would have just done it, for instance. And actually, we do welcome the motion and the intent behind the motion, but and you've made it clear in your speech that you're only referring to PCC in-house foster carers. Now, I've sought some legal advice this afternoon in respect of this motion, in respect of the comments you've just made by making it only pertinent to in-house foster carers. That might be subject to a legal challenge, okay? In addition to that, I've done some numbers and got some assessments. There are also a number of people who are on council tax support. There's also people on benefits, and there are other incentives that the council does pay. And therefore, if we were to propose this motion as written today, we might end up with legal challenges or actually accidentally affect an individual's benefits system as well. So that's why we support deferring it to the scrutiny panel. And additionally, it's worth noting that 10% of our foster carers aren't actually from Plymouth. So there's an issue there about our ability to do that. So we could end up with a bit of a legal challenge. So given that this forms part of next year's budget, we respectfully request that we defer this to the scrutiny panel for their consideration and to come back to council with a solution on our collective behalf. And I hope you find that. Sadly, we couldn't amend the motion, because in doing so, we would negate the motion, which would have removed it completely, and which wasn't our intent. So hopefully you'll accept our deferment on the basis of some of the explanations that I've given to you today. And just to give you some indication of costs, we're talking about somewhere in the region of approximately £200,000. So we do need to think carefully about these things. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there anybody else who wishes to talk upon the deferment? Well, it's a deferral. It's not really an amendment, is it? It's a request to defer.
Just on a point of clarification, so we're amending it and we're not discussing it, we're going to defer it straight to scrutiny. Is that what you're saying? Shouldn't this be an amendment to the substantive and then we get to speak to the substantive? Oh, sorry, so we're closing it.
I agree, but this is not an amendment per se. This is a request to defer. And we would be voting upon deferring or not deferring. Yeah. Yep, sir.
Through you, Lord Mayor. There is an option in our rules of debate to request a referral to committee. That needs to be proposed and seconded as any other amended motion or amendment. It is subject to debate. So if, for example, you weren't happy with that referral, you are able to make a comment on it now. We'll then vote on whether that item is referred to committee or not. As a result of that vote will depend what happens next. Now, if the vote is to refer to committee, the original proposer will have an opportunity to sum up, but that will be the only vote that we'll take.
Clear, ideal. Right. Does anybody wish to speak before we vote upon deferment? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I guess I'm saying this because I felt there was something that hasn't been said in the debate, and obviously we're not going to have the debate and it's going to scrutiny, and I'm not on scrutiny. So am I allowed to at least just make one comment that I would have made had there been a more full debate?
Councillor, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, it won't take 5 minutes. But
Are you sure?
What I was going to say in the wider debate for this was I do think one thing we have got in agreement in this chamber, regardless of everything else we've talked about today is the value of corporate parenting and the fact that we are all completely committed to that. And I've said many times in this chamber that it was the first committee I wanted to join when I was elected 5 years ago. And I'm not currently on corporate parenting because I'm doing other commitments, but I know that we all are agreed on that, and we highly value the role of foster carers across the city, because ultimately it's the children and young people that are in our corporate care that we're talking about this evening. And I think it's just worth remembering that. And in preparation for this debate, I spoke to some foster carers that I know who are long-term Plymouth City Council foster carers, and just said to them, what do you think about it? And obviously they're not going to turn down the support. But in the conversation, they just raised a couple of really good points, which I just wanted to sort of get on the record in the course of this evening. And the key thing that they highlighted, and why I think what the administration are proposing, and what I know Councillor Carlisle is as well, is the way we run at the moment means that we are switching children from agency and then back to Plymouth City Council foster carers to save money ultimately when we have vacancies. And we've got to remember that every time we move those children, we are affecting the lives of young people who have already had a huge amount of upheaval. And so I suppose the point I'm making ahead of the scrutiny discussion, and I know you will do it anyway because we all care so much about this, but it's just to remember that we need to be finding solutions to this situation to ensure that those movements from foster carer to foster carer are minimised as much as possible. And I know I'm stating the obvious, so thank you for humouring me in that this evening. But I just felt it was right, having sought that opinion from our foster carers last night, to actually be able to reflect it in the debate as I implied that I would when we were speaking yesterday. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, ultimately is to get it right first time. Councillors, we go to the vote. Those, oh, sorry, I have got one more request of someone to speak. Yeah, well, Councillor Darcy, and then we'll go over to Councillor Lang to sum up. Yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very quick.
Sorry, Councillor Lang. It was Councillor Darcy to put one last bit in, and then yourself to sum up. Sorry.
I'm grateful, Lord Mayor, thank you. When Councillor Carlisle raised this, I was only too happy to support as a seconder. Incredibly well-intended motion that it is. I shan't repeat the intentions that are coming from all sides of the chambers in terms of our corporate parent responsibility and how much we value our foster carers, and it's important, and we all appreciate how valuable they are to our looked after young people. I'm very pleased, Councillor Lang has already indicated in her brief submissions earlier that these discussions are ongoing, but very much when Councillor Carlisle first raised the issue, I remember these discussions for many years as a shadow cabinet member, hearing the officers of this local authority being frustrated how difficult it was to recruit Plymouth City social workers, foster carers, and having to compete in a very difficult market. And that's not a criticism of the local authority. Really difficult to recruit foster carers for our looked after people in our city. And this is just one example of what could be a great incentive to encourage others to the role of a foster carer in our city. So I'm pleased that there seems to be consensus on that. I'm pleased to hear that this is very much one of your first priorities since taking control, but this is a problem that has transcended the years and control of this council, and we just haven't been able to get to grip with it or compete properly with the agencies and build up a bank of our own foster carers, as sad as it is, the requirement that we do need that level of service. So I'm very pleased that, and I appreciate that you fully understand the pressures. I'm even more pleased to hear that there may be other incentives. I'm very pleased that we could identify a suite of incentives or benefits for potential foster carers, and I'm pleased that if taking this to scrutiny will help identify that, well, that's great, because that's the objective here. How do we improve and enhance the offering for those most vulnerable in our city. I note Councillor Lowry's remarks about the finances and the implication on our budget. Absolutely right. That was one of my first considerations. But the modelling we've looked at, and I'm sure Councillor Lowry has seen the same, and this isn't about money saving, but that's part of the issue. There are significant savings for the local authority if we can encourage more in-house foster carers, and we're not paying agencies to provide that service. So there is a benefit, and the 3-year modelling that we've looked at with the help of the officers has demonstrated that there can be significant savings made. But that's only one consideration in this big issue that's affecting the most vulnerable people in our city, and it's important, and I get the sense that we have that consensus around the chamber. So happy that this goes to scrutiny, and very much supporting that it does, but it cannot go into the long grass. This is a problem that we've been trying to resolve for years, and if there's a general enthusiasm to develop a suite of incentives, well, we need to crack on with that and introduce that, because it's been a problem that's been around a long time. So happy to support that, but felt it important that we raise that into the debate also. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Darcy. Councillor Lang, to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for your support for referring this motion to scrutiny. I think, you know, we're really on the same page here, more or less, and it's in that spirit that I reiterate that I do wish Councillor Carlisle had brought it to me so we could have discussed it, so we could have brought something to council together, because as Councillor Darcy says, you know, certainly in my years of being a councillor and having this cabinet post or being a shadow cabinet member, we talk about it a lot. I'm absolutely determined that we work something out that makes being a Plymouth City Council foster carer preferable to any other option out there. We have to do it for a whole host of reasons. And I just want to make it clear, in case anybody misinterprets Councillor Smith's remarks, it's not our intention to switch foster carers to save money. Whatever we do will be the best thing for each child. This is about recruiting future foster carers to Plymouth City Council. It's not about saying, oh, we've got a new Plymouth City Council foster carer, we're going to switch this child to save money. And I don't know if that's what you meant, but I want to make it clear that is absolutely not what's going to be happening. So thank you very much for supporting the move. I look forward to seeing how this progresses at scrutiny, and I would ask Lord Mayor that we move to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We move to the votes. Those for the proposal to go to scrutiny, please vote green. Those against, red, and those to abstain, amber. Councillors, right, we've all had the vote. That passed unanimously with 41 votes for. We also have an opportunity here for Councillor Carlisle to reply. No, just to refer, that's all, the comment.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, maybe I'm being confused. I thought the motion on it's now been deferred, so I don't need to sum up.
It's up to you. If you don't want to speak, it's fine.
No, I don't want to sort of just add hot air to something else. I'm sure that when it then comes up and we go to scrutiny, we will clarify it correctly there and we will make sure it's all correct. But thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carlisle. Your indulgence is appreciated. Right, councillors, we now move on to questions. We have 45 minutes. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's
question for Councillor Lang regarding the new supported accommodation for our care experienced young people that's just opened. And I just wondered whether any young people have moved in yet and how that's going.
Is it all right to respond, Lord Mayor? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you very much for your question, Councillor Allen. Yes, two young people have now moved in. I went to the opening of our wonderful training flats, and two young people were moving in the day after. One young person aged under 18 has moved into one of the training flats, and one young person over 18 has moved into the move-on accommodation. The move-ins are being phased to allow young people to settle and have the very best start with the staff support.
Supplementary? Ideal. Next question, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's a question for Councillor Coker. I just want to inquire about the improvements to St Budo Square under the TCF funding. When are these going to happen? I was informed recently by, when I asked the council officer by email, that they would commence in July. We're now in mid-September and nothing has happened yet. And with the advent of the inclement weather just about to descend on us, or more inclement weather, and the potential, for the bus shelters and all that not being there, when is this going to happen? And could you just give me a little timeline as to when we can see the improvements? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. I think that's the same question that Alderman Wheeler's asked me time and time and time at every single meeting. The plans for the mobility hubs at the square are in progress, and I'm hoping that I will be able to sign them off in the next 2 weeks. The bus shelter fits into that, and I am happy to update you along with Councillor Hayden and Councillor Dingle over the coming weeks.
Thank you. Supplementary? Thank you very much. Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question's to Councillor Allen, Chair of Audit and Governance. I chaired an EGM of the Audit and Governance Committee on the 5th of September 2022, wherein we agreed to consult the people of Plymouth to engage with them on the subject of moving the current election by thirds to all-out elections. The committee agreed I would make a formal representation to Council, and it was further agreed that Audit and Governance oversaw and settled the design of the consultation, who was to be consulted and how. I presented the report to full council on the 21st of November 2022, and it was unanimously agreed that we would consult the good people of Plymouth between June and August 2023. I then chaired a task and finish group of Audit and Governance on the 15th of January 2023. We designed the questions within the scope of 2 meetings, and the consultees were agreed. However, this consultation has not happened.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Could I ask why it hasn't happened?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm sorry if I didn't speak clearly or loudly enough at the start of this full council meeting, and I would respectfully refer Councillor Lugger to my earlier announcement about the electoral cycle review at the start of today's full council. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor.
Thank you for that. I did hear that quite clearly, Councillor Allen. But of course, when full council vote on something and it doesn't happen, I'm sorry, is this an attempt just to kick it into the long grass and use the further consultation as a stalling block? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
My Lord Mayor, I didn't hear a question, a supplementary question.
It wasn't. Yeah. Yep. We'll continue this one. Repose your question, please.
Could I ask Councillor Allen, yes, I did thankfully hear what she said earlier, the fact that Council voted for this to happen in June to August of this year and it hasn't happened, I'm asking the question, has this now been kicked into the long grass?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. No.
Thank you. Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you. My question is for Councillor Bryce-Delve. Do you agree with me that residents should not be forced to walk on the road instead of a pavement?
I fully support encouraging active travel, including walking, and so, of course, that would be a very welcome point of view.
Supplementary, Councillor Stoneman.
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. So, with that said, what are you personally doing to instruct your teams to clear vegetation from pavements across the city, as I've sent in numerous, and so have my colleagues, with residents being forced to walk into the road because the pavements are covered in brambles and vegetations and hedges? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So casework is continuing on that. There's also going to be proactive winter vegetation cutback starting in November. It's important we get the timeline of that right to make sure that our teams are busy doing stuff which is a priority as it currently stands across the city. Thank you.
Councillor Dr Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question to Councillor Coker. Many of my residents over the last few months have wondered what was happening at North Hill and North Road East Junction. Well, we all knew it was being remodelled. Now that it's being completed, and apart from a new left turn, I really don't see much difference. Does Councillor Coker think that it was worth all the delay, congestion and inconvenience that it caused in that part of town?
Thank you, Councillor Mahoney. No one has said those sentiments to me until today. I am happy to discuss it with you in detail with officers and ward councillors to get constructive feedback on the operation.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Coker. I would appreciate that. But could Councillor Coker tell me what the cost of it was, and did he think it was value for money?
Right, off the top of my head, Councillor Mahoney, as you know, because when you were Cabinet Member for Health, if I ask you a question, what did this cost, you're going to get the same answer. I will get that information, and when we meet, we can discuss it.
Councillor Wakeham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Bryce-Delve. Now, I wrote to you on the 16th of July by email regarding a lot of rubbish left around Thurstone Walk and the surrounding area there. And alarmingly, there were reports of rat sightings. Now, clearly, some residents still think that I hold the office that you now hold. And I did ask you politely to let me know when the rubbish was cleared. I've had no such response, which I think is very poor. So can you find out and please respond to me? Thank you.
Thank you for raising that to my attention, Councillor Wakeham. If you want to reflag that case with me, I'll make sure you get a response on that. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I would hope that you've got it on email somewhere, so I shouldn't need to ask you the same question again, but thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Bryce-Dale. We are getting to the point in the season where the grass is being cut. I believe that some of the grass is having its final cut, those areas that only received a cut at the beginning and the end. What is happening with the long grass that's been left? I was under the impression, I think we were told that the grass would be collected up so that the grass underneath had the chance to flourish. Across the city, I'm observing huge mounds of grass as well as grass just left, and I'm wondering whether or not there is a plan to collect that grass so that, one, it doesn't go into the drains and clog everything up yet again, and two, that actually the grass underneath has a chance to flourish. Thank you. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate question, Councillor. There's a couple aspects to that. So our regular grass cutting cycle is still ongoing at this point, but I think the majority of your question was referring to the annual cut and bale. So Plymouth City Council manages the majority of its wildflower meadows in line with national best practice by giving it a once a year annual cut and bale. If there are particular examples where you haven't been satisfied with the condition left, please feel free to photograph those and send those into Councillor Casework, and I'm sure the grounds team will get back to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question to Councillor Coker. A few weeks ago, I took a lovely trip out on a barrel bike from the centre of town out to Chadderwood, where we've got the newly installed locks up there. Fantastic. Took a beautiful ride up along through Saltram. The return trip through barrel bikes was around £12.50. That's with prepayment onto the app. In comparison to maybe a day saver on a bus, which is £5.50, it appears to be unaffordable. I was just wondering, are there any plans to make barrel bikes more affordable within the city, certainly for the longer journeys? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poyser. As you know, during Car Free Day, we are doing an incentive to get people out onto barrel bikes. What we will be doing is, I just want to say that barrel bikes have been one of the most successful launch within the city. Barrel bikes say we are competitively priced against all other barrel bike operations. What we want to do is we want to review the usage at the end of the first 6 to 8 months, and then we will look at, is there any other incentives that we can do as a council to promote more sustainable transport. But what I would say is thank you very much for using it. And I would also encourage every member to actually, before you comment on everything, use it, trial it, and give us some feedback.
Supplementary.
Thank you, response. And I couldn't speak more highly of the barrel bikes. They're fantastic to use. And I'm also noting the 2-3 hours next Friday, which we have already promoted through our social media as well, and we'll be continuing to use barrel bikes. So thank you, Mark. It's good to hear that they're hopefully trying to make it more affordable in the future.
Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This question is for Councillor Barrisdale. I'm sorry, you're a man in high demand today. So Councillor Poyser and I have made you aware Chadderwood playing fields and play equipment are not currently listed in the council's website as a formal park. Chadderwood playing fields are a well-loved space in our ward, boasting an abundance of nature, fruit trees, play equipment, metal goalposts and a small skate park. We think this vital community asset has more than enough characteristics to qualify for park status. To highlight the kind of odd nature of this classification in our minds, it seems strange to us that Downfield Play Park in Chadderwood is designated as a formal park, despite not benefiting from the assets I named above. Can you please consider awarding Chadderwood Fields park status, a move which would be greatly received by our residents and boost our parks portfolio?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and appreciate you raising this with me in advance. I've had a little look into it with officers, and I think it's really important that all of our council-related communications are clear on that. So Chadwood Open Space is designated and maintained as a play space already, so I think it's important to state that. It's number 59 on the Plymouth Play Assessment 2017 document that was mentioned earlier as part of the motion debate, and combined with the play space over the road, Bellingham Crescent, is already designated as a strategic play space. An officer drew my attention to one of the pages of the website, the Find a Playground page, which if you scroll down under the Plimpton Chadwood list, this is there as a play space as part of that. But any other inconsistencies in this or other awards, be very pleased to make sure that's corrected. But rest assured, it is maintained as a designated play space in terms of current council strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Rainsford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to ask the Cabinet Member with responsibility for the corporate estate what plans were in place when the Labour administration took over for improvements of the Firestone Bay tidal pool. Could you let me know what was in place, please?
Thank you. This is one of those ones that, Lord Mayor, you will recognise. I can say that at the point we left administration previously, Councillor Dan had put a £40,000 budget in place for repairs, and that was changed during the first year of the administration before last, and not spent on the pool. I think that's a bit sad, because as you know, Councillor, Lord Mayor, that left us with a bigger problem to face. I know there had been conversations, and there were various almost back of envelope calculations. There was no business case, no specification, and no detailed plan. And I inherited some back of the envelope and various different sort of, here are some back of the envelope options. And that's where we were at the point I picked up. I hasten to say there was some work to be done at Firestone Bay as part of the National Marine Park, but that isn't the tidal pool.
Supplementary.
Thank you. That was a helpful answer, but as a former lifeguard and somebody that really appreciates just how important learning to swim is and water confidence is, I, having visited the site on a number of occasions, am extremely concerned about the conditions there for people to do those things in. Could you perhaps tell me whether or not there are any plans in the pipeline, given that there was a history under Councillor Dan, which seems to have got waylaid somewhere?
Thank you. Like you, I'm concerned. The Firestone Bay tidal pool is our last free tidal pool. It's also on the edge of the deep water channel at the point that the Tamar comes out into the sea and tidal currents can be really strong. So it's the safe place for children to bathe. I've been down there a lot of times as well, and at low tide you can camp out under some of the caves that have appeared in the walkways now. And there's water coming out at the seaward side at low tide, which isn't good. I have asked for a specification to be drawn up. Surveys have been done, the specification has been drawn up for complete renovation of the existing pool, as well as the staircases down to it and the railings leading down to it, in order for that to be safely brought back into use. The initial estimate is looking really promising, and I'm hoping to be making a decision within the next few weeks. But I can assure you that under this administration, Firestone Bay tidal pool will be fixed.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe this is a question for Councillor Aspinall with your health and wellbeing role. I'm just interested to know what conversations you might have been having lately around the provision of a wellbeing hub in Plymouth.
Can I just point out, it's Councillor Lowry, not me. Thank you, though, for the thought.
Plymouth, I'm going to have to get back to you on that one, I'm afraid.
Can I give a supplementary?
Absolutely.
Great. I'd really welcome that. I think it's supposed to be a question, isn't it? Sorry. Would he put it as a priority and agree to meet with me to have a conversation about it, please?
Very much look forward to doing so.
Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think this is a question for Councillor Lang with communications and governance hat on. An elector of mine posed a question in June and got the written reply and was given what he considers and I consider to be an erroneous reply, one that was not supported by the facts known to the elector from emails he had received from the council. He also approached Luke Pollard MP about this and eventually received another reply that the council had sent to Luke Pollard, which was slightly or indeed different to the one that he received when he asked the question here at the June or asked for the council at the question at the June council meeting. Obviously, there's a bit of an issue with who and what is said when people ask questions. Is this acceptable?
I'm not entirely clear on what was the nature of the question, because I wonder if it's a question that should be directed to the cabinet member that the question was relevant to, as opposed to a comms matter. But if you can clarify that for me, then I will go away, and if it is something that's relevant to comms, then obviously I'll go away and get you an answer and get your residents' complaint looked at. Thank you.
Well, it relates to an issue in the ward, actually, Councillor Lang, and I think it's a governance issue, really, about how questions are answered. But there is a supplementary question I'd like to ask. Both the replies, the one that he got directly from PCC and the one that he got via Luke Pollard, said that the issue would be dealt with and ward councillors would be consulted, in the future. Well, we're now 3 months on and nothing has happened. So I'd be very happy to meet you and discuss this if you were happy to do that.
I mean, we certainly can't answer for a response from Luke Pollard's office, but I'm more than happy if you send me the details of the matter that you're raising. I'll certainly look into it and get back to you with an answer.
Councillor Wakeham.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. There was enough there. My question for you, Councillor Briarsdale, once again, I'm sorry, I must apologise in advance, but can you give us an update on the SUDS project at Central Park? Obviously, I did have an update a while ago, but it was meant to be finished in July originally, and I can see it's still dragging on. I wondered, please, if you can tell us when it will be finished and how much extra it's going to cost over the budget. Thank you.
I appreciate your apology, Councillor Wakeham. It's really not necessary. So it was included in the capital programme that was reviewed today in terms of the cost. If you have had subsequent briefings on that, as suggested before, that was always very clear that the initial comms around July wasn't happening at that stage. And I'm sure the officers will continue to give you further information about that. It's really important with a scheme as complex as the Sustainable Urban Drainage Scheme in Central Park that this is done properly, it's done well, that we're looking after nature around that area, and we're making sure that this is going to be an important part of nature-based flooding infrastructure for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, Councillor Dell, can you just tell us roughly what it's going to be costing extra, or have you no idea on that?
I would refer you back to my previous answer that was already covered in documents today. Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you. This is for the Cabinet Member for Transport. So very recently we had barrel bikes fitted in Barnbarton, only the last 2 weeks. And they're being very well used, which really did surprise me. The question now is, when is the barrel bike programme going to be completed, fitting out in the rest of Plymouth?
I'm trying to be very careful how I answer this. The remaining sites were presented to me last week. I have signed 90% of them off. There is one site that I have asked for some more information on. The barrel bike sites are on schedule to be finished on time, and I look forward to them all being up and running by the end of the year.
Thank you for that. The supplementary is because there's going to be a delay fitting the transport hub and barrel bikes at St Budo, will there be a possibility of fitting barrel bikes just outside the library? There's a nice large space outside St Budo Library which would take barrel bikes, and it is a council property. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. There's always the ability to look at where the sites are. I would suggest that you contact the relevant officer, and I know you know who that relevant officer is, makes some suggestions. And if we are looking at a site that is not HMPE, I don't know the layout of the library and where it is, please contact the relevant cabinet member who will then talk to me.
I believe I have one more question from Councillor Wakeham. No? Right. That looks like that concludes this evening's council meeting. Thank you very much, councillors. Good night.